Welcome back to Nintagious. How's everybody doing tonight? Everyone's having a nice weekend. Sorry for the delay. I was running a little bit behind tonight, but I think we're good to jump in. I don't think I forgot anything aside from not putting my shirt up yet. We are gonna try some handicap scoring tonight. It's a bit of a test. I'll probably get into that more once I know that Theo's here, at least. But otherwise, we can probably jump right on in and see what tonight has in store for us. I did not play this at all last night. I think I mentioned that I might, in particular, in the interest of getting Toad's Superstar Clubs done, because he's very close. I'll just do it now. That'll be the first one I roll with, I think. Ah, Volpe, how's it going? As well. Man, those that vacation spoiled me. Just like being able to turn my alarm off and just wake up whenever I feel like it. I feel like in general I woke up earlier than usual. Believe it or not, because I didn't have the stress of being like, when do I have to be up? It was nice. Unfortunately, I mentioned a couple times about how my plan was after I picked up my new glasses that I would start adjusting myself, trying to get my schedule back into place, so that we could potentially even start streaming earlier. And I can't do that yet because I did pick up the new glasses, obviously, but there's some other stuff I have to get done that I can only get done during the day. And when I went to pick up my glasses, I didn't feel like doing it on that day, so I didn't get any of it done. Because picking up my glasses was very much a last minute kind of thing. Like, it was, I think I found out the night before. And for those that don't know, because ordinarily in a normal social climate, you could basically they'll just call you and say your glasses are ready and you can come pick them up whenever you want. Due to COVID, you can't do that now. You have to schedule when you're gonna go pick them up. So that kind of made it a lot more annoying than it ordinarily would have been. Which is why I was playing phone tag with them for like a week and a half before I was finally able to be like, okay, you can come in on this day at this time. So due to that, I just didn't want to do the other stuff I had to get done on that day. So I still have to go do that at some point. And once I finish all that stuff, then I'll be able to start tweaking my schedule. I think we also have a time change coming up in, what, November? That might help, or it might make things worse. We'll see. I forget. I don't know which way it's going. So I forgot to charge my controller last night. Hopefully that's not a problem tonight. You're trying to draw and you realize you suck at it. I mean, that's part of the growing experience, is identifying your weaknesses and then working to improve them. One little thing at a time. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's just like really annoying to get done now because of COVID. But what can we do, I guess? I mean, because it's like, it's no one's fault, right? That's just the way it is. Yeah, I went with, I was hoping Theo would be here already, because I don't want to have to explain the handicap system, like, multiple times. I mean, I don't really have to explain it to, you know, we talked about it last night, we know what we're doing. I'm still not completely sold on the system, because I don't think we talked about this on stream a whole lot. If we did, it was right at the end of the stream. Which is basically finding the average of how a player performs within one night. And then applying that handicap to the next stream. Basically, mathing out a new par for them. I think I still like the idea of if you go over, then you just your score losses are halved, and if you go above a certain score, then your score gains are halved. I think that's a lot more like just simple, but we'll see how this one pans out. I think part of it with this, especially as a test, I'm gonna find myself needing to keep track of multiple scores. In regards to, like... Because I guess I'm going to want comparison. To be like, okay, here's what the scoring system would have been. Here's what it now is. With this change. So yeah, I don't know. I might be kind of scatterbrained tonight is what it's going to come down to. And it's weird, too. I think I talked about this way back when Smash Ultimate came out, because I wanted to do, like, bingos and stuff for Smash Ultimate to kind of inject some, like, sort of narrative? I don't know if that's the right word for it. To, to how we were playing it, instead of just focusing on people being competitive and sweaty. I wanted there to be a little bit more meat to it than that. Something that's driving us in, like, a certain direction. So I came up with the idea of, like, the bingos and stuff. But even something as simple as looking at a bingo card of characters and crossing them off between matches, when I'm also trying to focus on playing the game and talking to chat, becomes suddenly something that's very difficult to keep track of. We had this problem with the Monster Hunter bingo, too. I think we only tested it on stream, like, once or twice. But that was kind of the same thing, where it was like, this is a lot to keep track of, and my mind is already in multiple other places. So, if that was the only thing I was keeping track of, it would be not that big of a difference. Like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like, it would just be like, it would be easy. But since I'm also trying to do all these other things, it suddenly becomes a lot more to think about. And I don't necessarily want to, like, put it on someone else, to be honest. I don't want to be like, hey, can someone else handle these for me? Because then I'm demanding that they're here for the entire stream and such, and I don't necessarily want to do that. Yeah, N64 had a... I don't know where my N64 is. Mine has an expansion pack in it, though. So I'm able to be like, hey, here it is. I think it came with Donkey Kong 64, if I recall correctly. There weren't that many games that needed it. And I haven't looked into this, but, like, I remember hearing at the time that Donkey Kong 64 needed it because they used very advanced lighting in that game. And that's what they needed the extra RAM for. I recently heard that there was, like, a game-breaking, like, memory leak in the game, and that was the only reason they needed the extra RAM, was to prevent that memory leak from happening. I don't know if I believe that, but, because that just seems like something that someone came up with. You know what I mean? That doesn't... I mean, it's not that it doesn't sound real, but it sounds like somebody didn't know why they needed the expansion pack, and they just made something up because LEL... bad developers or something, even though these are good developers we're talking about. So it seems like it doesn't match up very well. But I don't know. It was more than 3 games, but it was like, it wasn't a lot. I don't even remember Majora's Mask needing it, but I did fact-check that one and found out that, yeah, it actually did need it, which is mind-blowing to me, because I just don't remember that being a thing. But I guess I had an expansion pack, so I maybe never even thought about it. Perfect Dark was interesting because it didn't require an expansion pack. It was something like you could only play campaign unless you had an expansion pack, and then you could play multiplayer or something like that. Or maybe it was that you could only play campaign with the expansion pack. You could only access like half of the game if you didn't have an expansion pack. And I remember this specifically because I had Perfect Dark with an expansion pack, and my best friend at the time had Perfect Dark and did not have an expansion pack. And I remember whenever I went to his house, we had like restricted content unless I brought my N64. But the game wasn't required to play it. Like, I don't think Donkey Kong 64 even boots up if you don't have the expansion pack. It just says an expansion pack is required. And I think there were some other things, but there was a lot of side stuff where it was like, oh, if you have an expansion pack, you can do 4-player multiplayer instead of 2-player and stuff like that. There's Theo. How's it going? It was an interesting time for sure. Yeah, I kind of took a jab at the name during the direct because I was like, while it is a clever name, it's also a fucking mouthful, and I'm like, couldn't you just call it like Switch Online Plus or something? Like, I guess that's what PlayStation used, and they wanted to do something different, but did you have to name it Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack and Knuckles? Like, I don't know. It's such a mouthful, and it's like, come on, just do it. Like, make it simple. Yeah, I remember Perfect Dark was pretty unplayable without it. You could play it, but it was very restricted. I don't think it's a confusing name. I think it's just there's too much. There's too much. It's kind of like, I've talked about it with like usernames before, which is very much a thing on YouTube. It's not a thing I see on Twitch, interestingly enough, where people will have these names that are like 7 words long, and then they'll also have like in parentheses AKA, and it's like another 3 words, and it's like, dude, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Like 1, 2, maybe 3 words, and you're good. Excuse me, that snuck up very quickly. Whenever I see a name with 4 words in it, that's when I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna call you by the first word in that series of words, because that's ridiculous. The people who have those really long names tend to change them every, like, 3 months, too. And it's like, man, just... And it's always something completely different, where you're like, now if I just continue to call you what I used to call you, it's gonna look weird because it's not even in your name anymore. Like I said, it's weird. That doesn't seem to happen on Twitch, and I don't know why. I guess it's just a different audience. It tends to be younger people on YouTube that do it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and jump in. So we're gonna try handicap scoring tonight, Theo. I went into that a little bit already. I'm gonna start with Toad to get him his Superstar clubs because he's very close. And otherwise, let's put Pauline in. I do think that AI scales based on their difficulty and based on their clubs now. Because I noticed, looking back on the scores last night, that the only 3 AI that played 2 matches last night were Donkey Kong, Pauline, and Chargin' Chuck. Donkey Kong and Pauline had Superstar clubs, Chargin' Chuck has standard clubs. And he did, not, like, significantly worse, but he broke even, whereas Pauline and Donkey Kong both hit 2 under. for an average. Let's do Basin. So the average is going, or the handicap is going to be your average score through the last stream. So I took up, I went to the beginning of last night's stream and found what everyone's scores were at the beginning, and then just subtracted to find out how much we scored throughout the night. And then took that and divided it by how many rounds we played. Which I realized a small problem with that, and my brain isn't mathing well enough to know if this is an issue or not. We do 6 holes per round, right? Unless we do New Donk, and then we tend to do 9 holes. Is that gonna fuck up the math? Oh, that all suck. I don't think it will. I mean, worst case, I can just start doing 6 holes on New Donk instead, but yeah, anyway, I averaged out everyone who played at least 2 rounds, which was all of us. The AI was the only issue there. Donkey Kong and Pauline and Charge and Chuck were the only ones that played 2 rounds, so I should probably stop putting an AI in for only 1 round. I should probably focus a little bit more. And then I just rounded it in the typical manner of up or down.
Nice shot.
And then basically that's what you're expected to shoot tonight. What happened? Nothing happened. You just shot 10 under last night. You just did really well. I think I shot like 13 under, I think, but then I played like 2 extra rounds. I don't remember. I didn't keep all that math, unfortunately. I maybe should have. I should have definitely hit that harder.
Nice shot.
Or not. That might actually be perfect. Yeah, I love it.
Nice on.
Yeah, those limited time digital releases are really stupid. I think most people are in agreement that that was bad, and hopefully Nintendo is seeing that and never does it again. It's so counterintuitive. The whole appeal of digital releases is that you don't have to worry about limited time releases. No, I think we did 2 more rounds after you left. We did 1 on Wild Weather and 1 on Bowser Highlands, and I think they went pretty fine.
Nice approach.
Pretty average, like nothing crazy happened. Yeah, which, wait for, when N64 Online comes out and people complain about it being the wrong version of Mario 64 again. You guys remember that when 3D All-Stars came out and everyone was like, this is the 1.1 version, not the 1.0 version. Fuck Nintendo, worst company ever. I can't believe they did this. That was so ridiculous, I thought. making a big deal over something that, like,
Birdie putt.
only 10% of players are actually going to know the difference about anyway. Fuck. I've heard some people complain about Genesis because they look. I'm noticing that when people complain, they look at things through a very narrow keyhole. They're not looking at the big picture. I've heard a lot of people complaining, Genesis Online, I already have Sonic 2. It's like, oh, it's... Yeah, you're right. I can't believe that's the only game they're putting on Genesis Online. Like, I can't believe Sonic 2 is the only Genesis Online game when it's also available in many other formats. What were they thinking? Like, wake the fuck up, dude. Like, come on. Yeah, and I could understand speedrunners being upset about it, but there were non-speedrunners that were, like, furious about it. And it's like, dude. Cool it.
Nice par. Birdie putt. Nice birdie. Ready?
Do not let the AI win, by the way. I mean, that's on you as much as it is on us, isn't it? These fucking try-hard curves, dude. Pauline does, in fact, have curves for days. You heard it here first. Yeah, so you can absolutely tell the resolution on this map. So we were talking about this last night, so we did Wild Weather and Bowser Highlands. The resolution is not lower on those maps compared to the two new ones. This is absolutely lower resolution. Like, I'm not crazy. I don't think the gameplay is actually lower resolution. I think I might be crazy on that one, but the map is definitely lower resolution. God, I hate this hole. Two, maybe? Yeah, that'll do. Fuck. But yeah, I think with this direct in particular, most of the complaints I heard, I noticed were people with very one-track minds. They don't look at the big picture. Which is frustrating when it's like, when it was like a reaction video of a very big YouTuber I'm watching. So it's like, dude, like, people get their news from you, and you're looking at things for, like, in a very narrow perspective. I think you gotta look at the big picture. Give benefit of the doubt of stuff on that, like, we don't know pricing. You can't be that negative about it, about them charging more when you don't know how much extra they're charging yet. That's just irresponsible. Because then people are gonna... They get their news through you, and then that's what they're gonna take away from it. They're just gonna be like, oh man, they raised the price, this is bullshit. You're gonna feel like an asshole if they wind up confirming that they're only raising the price by like $5. And you're gonna be like, damn, I made fucking noise about nothing. That's actually not bad. I'm quite happy with that. That's like going right for the fucking hole, dude.
Great.
It's kind of like what I was talking about yesterday with, like, PS5 and Xbox Series X. Like, those two fan bases are, like, going at it about, like, which of their consoles is more worth buying right now. Like, which one has more games and shit. And it's like, no one seems to acknowledge the fact that, like, sure, it would be great if the PS5 had 24 games that you absolutely wanted to buy. That would be great. But do you like, PS5 games are $70, dude. Do you realize how much money that is? Like, realistically, you don't want to have that many games that you're interested in. It's almost, it's like the typical thing of, like, too much of a good thing, where people are just like, I don't think they realize exactly what they're asking for. Similar with Switch Online, people keep complaining that Switch Online needs to be, like, more worth it and stuff, and it's like, you realize if they add more value to it, they're going to expect us to pay more, right? And you're asking for that, but you're still going to complain about it when it happens. Again, people don't look at the big picture. They just focus in and say, I just want this thing. They don't think of the logistics of how the cause and effect, like, what else is going to change as a result of that one change. Anyway. Theo might still make par, though. Oh, no. Okay, that's, problematic. Because I absolutely can't fix that tonight.
Nice eagle.
Oh, there it goes.
Birdie.
Nope, it's still doing it. Sometimes my, my tablet drivers get kind of fucky, and I usually have to reboot the computer to fix that, and I'm clearly not going to be able to do that throughout the stream, so that kind of is causing a problem now for scoring. I wish I would have thought to check that before I started.
Eagle.
Let me try and reboot Paint really quick.
Nice par.
And see if that does it. I don't think that's going to fix it, but we'll try it anyway.
Nice par.
I think it actually did. Hold on. Oh, it actually did. Look at that. I didn't think that was gonna work.
Ready?
Actually, yeah, just like that. That looks fantastic. I love it. Just have to look out for this asshole over here. Whatever his name is. Fucking blowhard.
Nice shot.
Also, admittedly, I want to talk to Scarlett about this, if she's here at all tonight. And I think I've talked about this before. I don't think this is new, but the one guy I watch a lot of on Twitch is a really big Silent Hill fan. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But I noticed that, a lot of streamers in particular, and I mean the fan base in general, but streamers in particular, of Silent Hill and Metal Gear they're very passionate about those franchises, which is totally fine. That's not the issue. But it's like they live to be negative about Konami. And I get real fucking sick of that. And I made the mistake of watching this guy last night for like 9 hours, and he was just bitching about Konami all fucking night, and it got me in like a really sour mood that, unfortunately, I haven't fully shaken yet. Like, I don't know. You're allowed to look at the company and like be critical of them making bad decisions. Don't get me wrong, but you gotta be constructive about it, and I think most of them aren't constructive about it. It's just bitch, 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 bitch. Did the wind affect you there? What happened? That was a weird shot. And I mentioned it before because I've watched a lot of Metal Gear streamers do the same thing, where it's just, they just fucking shit on Konami for their entire stream. And it's like, I get it, you're frustrated with what they're doing, but I'm also from the perspective of Mega Man was a dormant franchise for how many years, and Capcom was just shitting all over it, and it was frustrating, but like, I don't know. I didn't make a habit of just being like, I'm just gonna play Mega Man games publicly and bitch about Capcom all the time, because what's that get done? Like, that doesn't do anything. If anything, people are just gonna get sick of listening to the bitching, so... Yeah, see, that's the thing, I think they make some questionable business decisions, and I think being vocal about that is fine, but, like, it wasn't constructive. It was just, Konami's a piece of shit company, how dare they treat Kojima the way they did, and it's like, okay, I get it that you're frustrated, but it's also like, there reaches a point, it's been this way for like, how many years now? That's the thing, it's not like it's new, and they still just like, won't get off of it, and it's like, cool it. Come to terms with reality, I don't know. Eventually, after a couple of years with Capcom's Mega Man bullshit a couple of years ago, I just came to terms with the fact that, like, okay, I guess they're not going to make any more Mega Man games, ever. I guess I should just enjoy what I got. And I think they do that. They do enjoy the games that they have, but they still constantly bitch about the fact that they're not getting anything new. And it's like... Yeah, but how... This isn't new. How are you not used to it by now, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Nice shot. Nice
Overshot. Oh, no, yeah. Kojima is perfection as far as they're concerned. He's never done anything wrong in his life. Yeah, according to them, he was the victim, and he was in a toxic relationship with Konami. And he did nothing wrong. I guarantee there's two sides to that story.
Nice.
I guarantee you there's two sides to that story.
Nice shot.
I'm not saying Konami was the victim either. I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure both of them weren't making it a good situation. This is unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. I was gonna say something to Scarlet about, you know, don't be that, please. And she isn't, so it's not asking her to stop or anything like that. It's just, I feel like she's better about just appreciating what she has instead of complaining about what she doesn't have all the time. But there's been a couple Metal Gear streamers over the years that I've been like, I've stopped watching because I feel like they just complain about Konami all the time while worshipping Kojima's dick, and it's like, it gets really fucking old. And I tried to take the better approach here for a while, where I would be like, you know, it's not the end of the world, because, again, from the perspective of a Mega Man fan, I thought Capcom would never make another Mega Man game ever again. And if they did, it wasn't going to be good. And then they made Mega Man 11, and I was like, oh, holy shit. And this was made by, like, the guy that... This was made by the director that did Resident Evil or something, of all fucking things. Like, you never know, dude. You never know how it might pan out. I guess I kind of look at it from the perspective of, with the amount of bitching they do, they don't deserve a new game. Man, come on, don't... Allergies, don't do this again tonight.
Whoa. 30.
It's also all a Japanese company, so it's very... They don't...
Nice pass.
It's not as present in the media
Nice pass.
as American companies are. I think that's why Activision's getting so blown up, because Activision, it's a US company, and US is all over social media. There's no, like, secrecy. But with Japanese companies, I think they're still very, like... It's almost like a taboo. Like, they're like, oh, we don't talk about that stuff in public.
Nice.
So there's a very strong chance that we just don't know everything that happened there. I think I hit that too hard.
Nice shot.
That'll
Nice
do.
on.
I'm pretty sure they are an American company.
Nice shot.
Maybe they're UK based. Like, sometimes it's easy to confuse that stuff. Because as dumb Americans, we tend to think if they speak English, then it's an American company, which is not at all true.
Nice on.
Some people on the internet are just wrong about that. That's what it comes down to. And yeah, that can be infuriating when you see someone say something like that's just wrong and they're insisting that they're right. And you just want to reach right through the internet and punch them in the throat and be like, you're dumb. Like, they can be frustrating.
Not tipping.
What a weird character. I know we talked about that last night. Ninji's a weird character. The more I see of him, the more I'm, like, almost unsettled. He's very strange. Nice.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
Okay.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
What are you doing?
Nice par. Ready?
Oh yeah, like people who can't keep Disney and Pixar movies straight. To a point, I understand why they can't, because they are very, like, a lot of them in particular are very samey. But as a person who is a fan of most of the movies, it drives me fucking bonkers when someone's like... when someone mixes it up. I don't see the DreamWorks confusion as much anymore, but then, does DreamWorks even make animated movies anymore? What was the last animated movie DreamWorks made? Fuck, dude! I'm just fucking murdering all the penguins tonight. Like, it's just all of them.
Nice shot.
Oh, they're still making movies, it's just none of them, I don't think have been worth talking about in a very long time. Like, a lot of these movies, like, I knew were movies, but, like, I didn't realize they were DreamWorks. So yeah, they're still making movies, they just haven't done anything impressive in like 10 years. I know they made Shrek, but like they don't still make Shrek movies. They don't still make Kung Fu Panda movies. I was trying to think what have they made in the last, like, 10 years. And the answer to that is apparently nothing worth noting.
Nice on.
I mean, I guess they pushed Boss Baby super hard. And I did watch the first Boss Baby. It was okay. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. And then they made, like, multiple spin-offs and an animated series, and I think now they're making a sequel. So that is kind of like their new Shrek, I guess, where they're pushing it, like, super hard, but even that only came out, like, a year ago or something like that.
On.
That was an interesting shot. that was an interesting shot.
Nice on.
I don't think DreamWorks is really like a household name anymore, is maybe what I'm getting at. I feel like Illumination's the one that's more heard of these days.
Nice approach. Birdie.
And I guess the Sony studio.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
Now, to be fair, part of that is, part of that is movies are kind of fucky right now anyway because of COVID, so... You'd think animated movies would be flourishing, though. Due to the fact that they wouldn't have to worry about COVID in regards to, like, having all the actors in the same area at the same time. You think, like, animated movies would be going fucking hard right now. But I guess that they do take a very long time to make, so it's not like they're easy to make, it's just... You think there'd be more new studios popping up, is I guess what I'm getting at. But then even if they have been popping up since COVID, like, it's gonna be another year or two before we start seeing any of those movies, so... Because that's just how long they take to make. I remember Blue Sky. I don't remember what they made. Like, I don't have, like... I can't be like, oh yeah, they're the people that made this movie.
Nice birdie.
Oh, Ice Age. Has anyone ever cared about Ice Age? And that's, like, all they've done, too, it looks like. I think I've only seen, like, one of the Ice Age movies, and it was, like, breathtakingly average. Like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't, like, anything special, either.
Nice shot.
I mean, I guess on the note of new animation studios popping up, Netflix makes all sorts of animated movies now, which is really cool, because I feel like for a while, when you thought of Netflix, like, original content, it was all super, like, dark, gritty Game of Thrones style stuff for, like, a while there. But now they have, like, a pretty wide variety of stuff. And they put out, like, a lot of animated series and movies of both 2D and 3D animation variety, which is pretty cool. I should watch more of them, honestly. There's so many of them that, like, whenever I look at Netflix, I'm like, oh, that looks neat, I should check that out, and then I just never check it out. I even thought to do that while I was on break. Didn't do it. The only thing I actually did while I was on break was, as far as, like, watching stuff... I mean, that was before I went on break that I watched the Monster Hunter Netflix thing, right? Because we talked about that on stream, didn't we? So I don't think that was while I was on vacation. I did watch the live-action Monster Hunter movie again and realized, it's bad. As much as I want to defend it, it's a very difficult movie to defend. It's not very good. I also watched Sonic again, and it's still as enjoyable as I've always thought it was. Perhaps more so. I remember when I went to the theaters to see Sonic, I was like, it's fine. Like, I was kind of just glad that it wasn't bad, but I wasn't, like, over the moon with it. I was just kind of like, it's fine. But then after watching it, like, a second time, I was like, yo, this movie's actually pretty fucking good. So if anything, I might have a higher opinion of it now than I originally did. I watched Detective Pikachu again. That movie's actually super good. I think it's a very enjoyable movie.
Nice shot. Nice
What
on.
else did I watch? Oh, that's 2012 the other night because, like, I think that movie's surprisingly entertaining.
Nice shot.
It's unfortunate. I mentioned yesterday, like, the idea of the vacation was to, She must be up on the bed. Was to just do nothing and not worry about, like,
Nice on.
what did I get done. But I also look back and I'm like, dude, what did I do with those 6 days? Like, not a lot. I really wanted to, like,
Nice
pick a game that I've been meaning to play, but it was something that I didn't want to stream. And then, like, really sink my teeth in on that, but I just had a hard time making up my mind, and then the next thing I knew, my vacation was half over already, and it was too late to start something. And yeah, you're right, there's, like, if you're into anime, like, it's kind of what we were talking about yesterday, about how, like, I think subscription services are, like, have different levels of worth to different people. If you're into anime, Netflix has to be, like, a really good deal, right? There's so much fucking anime on there.
Birdie.
And for a while, I found it kind of disgusting, because you guys know I don't really like anime that much, but now I almost find it impressive, because, like, most animes I can think of are on there. If I wanted to watch them, they're on Netflix.
Nice birdie.
Which is, like, kind of awesome.
Birdie.
There have been a couple I've seen that are on Netflix that I'm like, that's one that I have a little bit of interest in, so now it's nice to know that if I want to watch it, I have it available to me. Ah, it's not gonna be hard enough, I can feel it. Yeah, I should've... That was one of those things where while the gauge was filling... What are you doing? While the gauge was filling, I was already like, yeah, this isn't gonna be hard enough. And I should have backed out and not committed. Okay, so this is the final hole.
Nice par.
So what we basically do, using Enos as an example, since he shot 4 under, but has the handicap of +1,
Nice par.
that actually makes it 5 under, right?
Nice par.
Both had 4 under. Both had 2 under. So yeah, mine becomes 2 under. Yours becomes 5 under. Theo's becomes 1 over? That doesn't sound right. And Pauline's is just even. She just didn't do anything. She performed exactly where you expected her to perform. So Theo's at a bit of a disadvantage right now because he did very well yesterday, which means his handicap is pretty high at the moment. You were sleeping? That's fine. How was your what was it that you had to be up early to do? Blue, by the way. I don't think I asked. Yeah, feel free to jump in. Well, I guess let me know, like, do you want to jump right in, or do you need a little bit to continue waking up? It's like, fuck no, let's golf. Oh, it was a debate tournament. Did you win? What did you debate? Might be a more interesting question. Was an interesting topic. Alright, so Toad has his superstar clubs. I'm gonna keep working on Ninja now, I guess. Try to get him and Koopa. No, that's actually... I'm gonna do Koopa Troopa, I think. Because Eno's already started using Ninja, and I think... I guess I can't say for sure, but I've been having this problem tonight, where, or last night, I had this problem, where we were switching back and forth, and I was constantly losing track of which one I was playing. So it might be best to stick with one, if we can manage to cut back on downtime there. Because I think there was a lot, for me at least, where I was just kind of sitting there, because I was like, oh, it's my turn. I didn't realize. Oh, that's right, you mentioned the fuel. I still think that's, like, not a great topic, since that's actually, like, kind of relevant. Which means people are already gonna have their minds made up on that stuff. I like the hypothetical stuff. I think that's a more interesting topic. Because then you know that people aren't gonna already have their minds made up on it. That's not that I know a goddamn thing about teaching, but that's probably how I would handle a class like that.
Nice shot.
Hey, kitty. Meow.
Nice shot.
Debate if we should golf or if we shouldn't. I don't think that's much of a debate. I think we're all on the same side on that one. Nice. Nice. Yeah, this map's kind of interesting. I like... It definitely doesn't just feel like it's definitely not that they just took Balmy Dunes and reused the assets to make another map. Like, it definitely manages to feel different, and it does have a little bit more of, like, a tropical style to it. There's more water, there's more trees. That's probably too hard.
Nice shot.
I'd say I'm pretty pleased with the new maps. That's definitely too hard. This one's difficult,
Nice.
I think. I talked about that a lot yesterday, right? Like, this one in particular, due to the fact that there's so many trees, it's gonna, like, reward you for, first of all, being good at, like, seeing ahead, and thinking, well, okay, my tee-off shot is gonna put me here, what obstacles am I gonna deal with on my next shot? And, like, planning ahead on stuff like that, which is something I already started to work out in, like, Wild Weather, for example. And even Ridge Rock to a degree. So you have to pay attention on that for starters, and there's also, like, spin is a little bit more important here, since you have to, like, weave between trees and stuff, which is something we haven't really had to do in any of the courses. So it is difficult, but it's providing a new challenge, which is interesting. If anything, I feel like maybe the snow map doesn't really have a gimmick to it. It's just more wind, which is
Nice
kind of
approach.
like, okay. Like, yeah, we got that one. You do still have more trees that you have to deal with, I guess, but... And it's very nice looking, but... It just seems to lack a hook. Like this one does. Ew. I think I'm gonna wanna do this. I don't like putting that far when it's like that hilly. That'll do. Like, that's better than it probably would have done if I would have just tried the putts, so... If I tried to putt, I probably would have made it, like, nowhere close or would have completely overshot it, so that's fine. I guess I did play a fair deal of Pokemon Unite last week. Well, but even that was only like Wednesday and Thursday night once the mobile update came out.
Birdie.
And they announced this morning that Mamoswine's coming out this next week, so that's pretty cool. It's unfortunate though because like playing against AI is like borderline impossible now. Did I talk about this at all yesterday? They made the AI in Unite, like, super fucking aggressive. Mixed with the fact that, like, 9 times out of 10 you have someone on your team that isn't doing anything.
Nice par.
Basically every AI match is a 4v5, and it's, like, very difficult to win now. And I can't decide if I like it or not. I think if everybody actually played the mode seriously, it would be pretty badass, because it's actually challenging. But due to the fact that you have people just fucking around and just trying to, like, leech to get their quests done for the day or whatever, makes it kind of unplayable at the moment.
Nice par.
Because it's not like they're, like, cheating difficult, it's just... You kind of have to play as a team and actually play smart and be organized. And a lot of CPU players just don't do that. Like I said, I think there's a lot of people that just join it just to be like, I'm gonna join this and put the controller down and go make a sandwich just to get my daily quests done. And before, that kind of worked because the AI was way too easy. So, like, even if there were only 3 people on the team that were doing anything, you could probably still easily win if you were aggressive enough. Now that's not the case. Like, at all. Like I said, overall, I think that's a good thing, because there are people who just want to play against AI, so I think it's good to have that mode be, like, more legitimate so that you can actually play it and not feel like you're just on a brainless grind.
Nice shot.
That's reasonable, I think. I don't think I would necessarily, like... It's funny because they put out, like, a player survey yesterday, I think. And I was filling that out. And there was a question that was like, would you recommend this game to a friend? And I was like, that's a complicated answer. Because if they like MOBAs and like Pokemon, yes. If they don't like MOBAs, no. Because it doesn't do anything different yet. It's just a MOBA. It's similar to Splatoon 3 that we talked about, where it's like, I think what I would need is for them to add some sort of, like, co-op mode, and then I'd be like, hey, you guys should check this out. Like, this is pretty sweet. But at the moment, I'm like, they were also asking questions about, like, how often do you play the game with friends? And I was like, never? I don't feel obligated to play it with friends. Because there's just... There's nothing new to it. If they added something like a co-op mode, I think then I'd be like, hey, you guys should check this out. This is pretty cool. If we could, like... I don't know, if there were, like, raids to fight Mewtwo or something like that. Like, PvE raids. I'd be like, hey, this is pretty cool. Because then, at that point, it's not even a MOBA, right? Then it's like, it's becoming its own thing entirely, and that's what would make me say... That's what would make me recommend it to people. I might hit the bunker here. I'm not feeling too good about this.
Nice shot.
So how much of that shot did you try? That's my question. Fuck, yeah. I shouldn't have even tried that. I might be in a bad place now. But yeah, I'm trying to think of, I feel like there's another game we played recently that's kind of similar to Unite that I could be like, it's like that. Like, Unite's good. It's well made. The matches never last longer than 10 minutes, which is pretty sweet. Overall, it's good. It's just, at the end of the day, it's still just a MOBA. And yeah, if you're checked out on that genre, it's not going to change your thoughts on that. Because it doesn't do anything new that's going to be like, oh, you know that thing that, like, you really hate? The thing is I think, and this is perhaps oversimplifying it and making assumptions, I feel like most people who are checked out on MOBAs are probably just checked out on the multiplayer aspect. They just don't want to play a competitive game. And unfortunately, the game is still a competitive game, so nothing changes. Oh, you thought you were just gonna click the rock? Yeah, I was, when it was heading towards the rock, I was kind of paranoid. That it was gonna bounce in the wrong direction. Hey Charlie, how's it going? No, I can't remember the last time I played speed golf. I have like zero interest in speed golf. Oh, this is unfortunate. Like, it's funny in the direct when they showed the characters being played in speed golf and they showed their special shots and stuff, I was like, that's interesting, but I'm never gonna see it because I don't even play with special shots on and don't really have an interest in turning them on.
Nice approach.
And yeah, otherwise, I think we're full at the moment, but we can probably get some sort of rotation going then. I don't think we're full at the moment. I know we're full at the moment. I still really wish that, like, this was like Splatoon lobbies where I could just choose to, like, spectate and just watch you four play. I would be totally down to do that every now and then. One of the few times you will ever hear me say I wish this game was like Splatoon.
Nice approach. Birdie.
It hurts.
Nice birdie. Eagle putt. Nice eagle. Birdie putt.
I remember liking both of the music tracks on the new courses so far. I held off on putting my headphones on at night because I had that problem last night where as soon as I put my headphones on, I started yawning like crazy. And I had a bit of a rough start tonight where like I just had a hard time like getting myself up and awake. So I was like, yeah, if I put my headphones on, I'm just gonna be yawning constantly. So I'm just gonna avoid that for now.
Ready?
The handicap system is going to be really interesting with stuff like that because, like, Eno's currently at a disadvantage because, like, yesterday didn't go, like, super in his favor. So he's going to, like, gain a ton of points tonight if he performs really well. But then the next time we play, he's going to have, like, a handicap of -3 or something to deal with. Maybe even more than that. It's almost like you don't want to go too crazy unless you know that you can consistently do that.
Nice shot.
And this is like... We based the handicap system like loosely off of how they use handicap in real golf games, right? Not like tournaments, but can I clear that tree? I think we're gonna want to do it. I don't think I want to go for that tornado. That seems like a bad idea. Let's just not. Maybe I wanna just pitch it through here. That might be the most sensible way of doing things.
Nice shot.
Should be a limit to the handicap. I don't know.
Nice shot.
Realistically, I don't think it could ever get that high, right? Unless you hole in one like every single hole, which probably isn't gonna happen as long as we're not on amateur New Donk.
Great.
Can ever just dart away if you just look at them? No.
Nice.
No. Shouldn't really do that, no. Yeah, to get a handicap that severe, you'd have to be, like, hole-in-oneing and albatrossing constantly. Like that run you had on the rookie course. You'd have to do something like that. Hey, Mulligoon, how's it going? Yeah, we played it last night, and, since I took that extra day off on Thursday, I kind of wanted to get an extra stream in. At first I couldn't figure out what to do, but then I was like, just do more golf forehead. I don't know when my next demo night's gonna be. I've had a bit of a problem lately with like, and I guess I should work on like trying to bring this up less, but the YouTube community isn't as strong as it once was. And I feel like streams like that aren't as successful as they once were. I think you guys who come to like every stream find stuff like that interesting, but they don't cause channel growth. I think the average viewer on YouTube now just wants to see the same thing over and over again. They just want to see Mario Maker and Splatoon and Minecraft. Which, on that note, no matter what I do, I'm not going to be getting as much growth as I could be. But I don't feel particularly motivated to do another demo stream, I guess is what it comes down to. I think I do remember looking at the eShop, like, a week or two ago. And I was browsing, it might have even been like 3 weeks ago, where I was browsing through demos, but I didn't see a whole lot that caught my eye. I didn't know that there was a Voice of Cards demo. That was that one they revealed in the Direct, right? I'm very mixed on that. I don't really like card games that much, but I did like the artwork and character design of that game, like, a lot. So I'm, like, kind of intrigued. Yeah, you'd have to perform, like, that crazy through the entire night to come up with a... I mean, look at it this way. You shot 10 under last night, and your handicap is only -3. You'd have to perform even crazier than you did last night to wind up with a handicap that severe. Or only play one night, like, only play one round, and it happens to be on New Donk, and you shoot, like, 11 under on one round. And then, of course, your average is just going to be 11 under, so your handicap is going to be a big fuck you. But I think I pretty quickly came up with the idea of, like, if someone only plays one round in a night, I shouldn't... I'll just add that on to the next week. Because I think one of the computer players only did one round, and they shot like 4 under, and I was like, that's pretty severe. They're gonna have a hard time getting around that, I think.
Nice birdie.
Everything's just an animation style at its core. It's a traditional turn-based RPG. I almost wonder if I even want to. I mean, I should still check out the demo potentially. But I don't know if I want another RPG in my life for the foreseeable future.
Nice birdie.
Oh boy.
Nice par.
I'm not sure if it has you hooked, but you did enjoy it. So it was like, it was good, but it wasn't enough for you to be like, oh, I'm absolutely buying this game. But it was just
Ready?
one of those things where if you just like wound up with a copy, you'd be like, oh, cool. But you're not gonna go out of your way. Ah, tree's gonna fuck me if I try to do that. So yeah, I think we're gonna go right in here.
Nice shot.
That game did look like something that would benefit from like roguelike elements or something, for sure. But something I'm noticing we talked about this with Metroid Dread a little bit, and how I think Metroid Dread should just have a randomizer mode in it. But I don't think Japanese developers believe in randomizers and roguelikes. I think they just don't. They either don't understand them, or they don't believe in them. And I'm sure there are some examples of that not being the case, but... But I look at, like, Square Enix made, and I'm like, well, it's not gonna have a randomizer in it, because it's Square Enix made. You know what I mean?
Nice shot.
I don't know if I know what you mean, Charlie. You mean, like, Boo's visor as opposed to Yoshi's alternate colors? I think they're gonna do both. I think the unfortunate thing is I think they only like the idea of alternate colors when it's a character that comes in multiple colors, like Yoshi and Shy Guy, and we could maybe see a red Koopa Troopa or something like that. But they don't seem keen on being like, here's a blue costume from Mario and stuff like that. Which I kind of don't understand. They used to do stuff like that. Now they, like, never do that, which I kind of dislike. I wish they did it more often. Oh, dear. I'm fine with both, I just wish that there was more to get per month when it comes to ranked. I liked Yoshi's because you got 3 whole skins, which was pretty cool. But Boo's was just the visor, so that was kind of, like, underwhelming. A top hat on Munchie. I don't think they're gonna do anything like that. That's more of Pokemon Unite's bag. Yeah, I liked the, like, presentation of voice of cards. It's just, unfortunately, like... See, this is why I should still try the demo, because I saw cards and was immediately like, oh, I'm not gonna like it. I tend to, like, not like card games, I tend to not like deck builders. And honestly, even hearing that it's, like, more of a turn-based RPG, I'm still like, I don't know if I'm gonna like it. I don't really like card RPGs either. So, it's still not necessarily for me, which is sad because, like I said, I really liked the artwork and the character design. I thought was really nice. From what I saw. I guess something else worth pointing out in regards to the potential of doing another demo stream is that I'm currently in the process of shelving everything except Mario Golf in interest of doing more like October-y supernatural stuff for October. Not necessarily not horror games at all, because I don't really like horror games. But, stuff with, like, a supernatural focus. So, if I were to do another demo stream, it wouldn't be until November, at the earliest.
Birdie.
One possible exception being if like they release a demo for a game that like I already really want to get, I'm like really interested in, and that would be long enough that I could dedicate an entire stream
Nice
to it.
birdie. Birdie.
Yeah, Ghostbusters is a good example of what I'm talking about. It's not necessarily like a scary game, but that's why I keep saying supernatural. The two games I have confirmed that I'm playing are Metroid Dread, which I did pre-order this morning, which is like more atmospheric than supernatural, but it's still, I think it still fits well enough. And the Castlevania Classic Collection. And if we get through that quickly enough, I'll probably pick up the Advanced Collection and play those too. But I feel like Castlevania is a pretty good example of what I'm going for. Not like horror stuff, but you know, stuff with monsters, and I don't want to put it like that because then most people are gonna be like, "Oh, so you're gonna play Monster Hunter?" No, not that kind of monster. That's a slippery slope, because then people are gonna be like, "Oh, so monsters, you're gonna play Pokemon?" It's like, no, not, not like that. I'm talking like werewolves, vampires, mummies, zombies, stuff like that, ghosts. I did also mention that if I finish everything else, I might try to do another playthrough of Luigi's Mansion 3 as well. But that's, like, only if I finish everything else.
Nice birdie.
I thought about picking up Bayonetta 2 on Switch. How much is it?
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Age verification.
Birdie.
I understand why gaming sites have age verifications. Oh, it's 50. Yikes.
Nice birdie.
I understand why why Nintendo's website has age verification, why Steam has age verification. I get it. Can't you remember? Like, it bugs the shit out of me that every time I look at a game on Steam that, like, needs age verification, they ask me to verify my age again. Like, come on. My Steam account is, like, fucking 20 years old. My Steam account is old enough to be of age to look at the games. Can't you just, like, remember that the age verification and stop asking me? Like, it's a little ridiculous. I also pointed out Sonic Unleashed as an example. That's not what I'm planning on playing, but I will admit that the interest of getting an Xbox. See, unfortunately, I'd have to get an Xbox Series X, not S, if I wanted to do this. But then I'd be able to get that entire era of Sonic games that I wasn't able to play in the marathon because of backwards compatibility. So, like, that's kind of appealing, but that's... Again, I'd have to get an X instead of an S. Unless you can still buy those games on, like, Xbox Live, or whatever it's called. Their store. Dude, that was pretty good.
Excellent.
Probably some legal mumbo-jumbo. I don't even know if it's that. Like, I think it's just that they don't think to code the websites to actually track it. Now, to be fair, with Nintendo, I think I just opened it on a browser where I wasn't logged in. But, like, Steam is ridiculous. Like, that should be something that's just linked to your fucking account. Oh, so I said I'm going to shelve everything except Mario Golf. I'm also not going to shelve Fire Emblem, because I'm hoping that we can just finish that quickly enough that that won't really be an issue. If it comes to it, maybe I'll shelve it anyway. I'd like to finish the game, or at least get as far as I can.
Nice shot.
Before the game potentially breaks me and I find myself just feeling kind of bored. I'm already feeling like I lost a little bit of momentum. I mentioned yesterday that that was part of why I took an extra day off, because I was like, I just wasn't feeling particularly fired up to play Fire Emblem. But then Mario Golf, I was like, oh, absolutely, I want to play more Mario Golf. So that was like a no-brainer. But with Fire Emblem, I was like, I could take it or leave it. I hope I don't have a hard time getting back into it, because I have been enjoying it. More than I expected to. Do they still have... They never, like, shut down the original Xbox store or anything like that?
Birdie.
I mean, I can check. I'm not particularly up to much while I'm waiting for you guys to go. So.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
I know that they're not on the PlayStation Store, but I think the way they do things is a little bit different than the way Xbox has done things. So not all of them. They do have Sonic Unleashed. And Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. They still don't have Heroes or 2006. So the other ones I'd still have to get physical. No, not Three Houses. I started playing the original Fire Emblem a couple weeks ago. Also, hey Guy, how's it going? Yeah, I think Heroes was original Xbox, so that's a little bit more understandable. 2006 was still 360, right? That was the whole thing, was it was supposed to be like, oh, it's next gen. Check this shit out. I think that's part of why that game was so, like, poorly received. Was because of the fact that it was, like, really heralded as being, like, this next gen experience. Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying. They might not work anyway.
Nice par.
I would like to play another playthrough of Three Houses, but I don't know when I'm going to have time for that.
Birdie.
I mean, as said, it's not going to be until November at the earliest, but even then, am I still going to feel fired up to play Fire Emblem at the time? This is a 6-hole. We really don't do 9-hole anymore, unless it's New Donk. I found that 9-hole just lasts a little bit too long.
Ready?
6 is long enough to be, like, you know, a round of golf without taking forever. Unless we switch to everybody golfs at the same time, which I'm just, like, not a big fan of. I don't know. I guess it's kinda... I usually cite the fact that I like to watch others golf too, but, like, recently I haven't really been doing that. I've just been talking to chat instead. But that also works. Is that, like, I can go and then I can just talk to you guys while everyone else is golfing. So that's also very compatible. Honestly, this game is really good for streaming, and I'm surprised that not more people are playing it. Especially since it's Mario, and Mario's super safe and super mainstream as far as streaming goes. So you think more people would be in on this, but I don't know. It's still not Mario Maker, I guess. Whoa. So that might squash my thoughts about the new Xboxes. It would still be nice to play Unleashed, I guess. Because when we did Unleashed in the Marathon, we did it on PlayStation Now, and that was, like, not a super ideal way to play. They did have Generations, too, which I guess is cool, but at this point I have Generations on PC, and, like, my computer could probably handle streaming that version anyway, so... I think everybody golfing at once would be better, like, if we had a large number of people that wanted to play, and we had to get through the rounds faster, then that would probably be a good thing. And we are in the unique situation right now where we have 6 people wanting to play, which is like the highest it's ever been. We've had it reach that number before, but I don't think it's ever been larger than that, is what I'm getting at. But I don't know if that's necessarily enough to say we should probably try and do faster matches. This one's a little uncomfortable because of that tree.
Nice shot.
I don't want to bank too far to the left. Oh, I'll take it. I feel like Sega has a good relationship with just everybody. Like, I think that's something that... Was that earlier this year that there was those rumors that Sega was going to try and get back into the console race? And I remember people asking, like, do you think they're going to try and get back into the console race? And I was like, why would they? Like, they're in a really good position right now, really. They have good relations with everybody. They own other game studios that are very successful. Like, why throw all that away on trying to re-enter the console race when already, I think some people could argue that there's already too many consoles in the race. Like, do we need another one without it providing something different? Yeah, when Microsoft was going crazy buying people thought that they were going to try and buy Sega. I don't think Sega is down to be bought, though. Like I said, they're in a good position right now where they're, like, putting their games on, like, every... Because they consistently say that Sonic games especially perform very well on Switch, like, or on Nintendo platforms, like, consistently. So I don't think they would do that, because I don't think it would be worth it for them. Unless they were allowed to maintain autonomy and just do whatever they want, then they might. Like, if they were allowed to continue releasing their stuff on other platforms too. But if I had to guess, Microsoft's trying to buy people with the stipulation of you can only put your stuff on Xbox now. And I don't think Sega would necessarily want to do that. Makes more sense for, like, Bethesda, right? Because it's not like Bethesda has, like, a strong presence on Nintendo platforms. On Switch, yes, it's been increasing, but before that, like, not really. So they were probably a little bit more convincible, persuadable. I think these are both words that don't exist. I think Sega would be like, nah, we have too much to lose. This is the last hole, right? I do think that it would be more likely that Sega would sell to Nintendo, and I don't think that's terribly likely either, but I think that's more likely. Well, I don't know, because, like, they own Atlas, and Atlas puts a lot of games on Nintendo platforms too, I guess, but then you have, like, Persona 5 that was completely missing from a Nintendo platform. So, it's hard to say, because they have to keep the interest of those studios in mind too, right? But I do think that would be more likely, for sure. It's still not terribly likely. I think they're in a good position, and I don't think they're in a rush to squander that position. Fuck, dude. I'm so bad at reading greens. That's unfortunate. Convincible actually would be, what, the process of convincing? No, that's like convinciating would be the act of convincing. I love /hate English. Just happening.
Nice car. Bogey.
Blue, what happened? I mean, this course is tough. We're all still new to it, so no, don't get me wrong.
Nice car.
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh, boy.
yeah, we'll go back to the lobby. So I want to take a break before we continue anyway. And feel free to, like, check me on those scores to make sure I'm not mathing them incorrectly. As I mentioned, my mind is in multiple places right now. It's on playing the game, it's on talking with you guys, it's on thinking, okay, does anyone want to step out so that Charlie or Mulligan can play? Thinking, okay, what point do I have to get to where I have to start asking people specifically to step out so that other people can play? All on top of not only keeping the score, but applying the handicap, and then totaling up tonight's total score with handicap, and I'm not even going to bother with the monthly total until the end of the stream. This is for starters. It's like one less thing that I have to worry about then, so my mind's like all over the place. It's trying to snow there already? Yikes. I guess I'm not terribly surprised, though. Okay, so Theo stepped out, so Charlie can come in here. I don't know if Mulligan even wants to play. I was just assuming. If we have room, you are welcome to. We're gonna take a quick break before we head back out, though. We're gonna do that first. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I just want to grab a drink and such. I shouldn't be long. And then we'll, I don't know which one we'll do. We'll probably just keep alternating the way we have been. I don't really see a reason not to. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll set out. It's Alaska famous for snow. It's too early. Weather's being good. Realistically, like, is it that early? Like, I guess it's a little early, but it's almost October already, right? And October snow is probably pretty common up there. I think the bigger thing is that it was still summer, like, less than a month ago, right? So that's kind of... Yeah, I could see why you're not ready for it. I'm like... It's been in the 50s this week, and I fucking love it. I'm like, yeah, this is great. And yeah, password is 1386. It's always 1386. Unless we find ourselves with any particular reason for why we would need to change it, but I can't see why. Because I think even if we had, like say we have a user that we ban them and we don't want them to play anymore, I can just go block them in game instead of changing the password. So I don't think it'll ever change. At this point, too many people know it, so it's like changing it would just be inconvenient. I do wish that this game lets you do what Monster Hunter does, where you could basically say, if you're on my friends list, you don't need the password. That would be convenient. It's cold in October, usually not enough to see snow. I mean, even if it snows this early, it's probably not going to last for long, right? It'll probably just be a dust thing, which is kind of fine. And yeah, I think, was it Charlie that pointed out that last year there was snow in April? Yeah, that was a thing. And again, yeah, it didn't last long, it was just like a dust thing. I guess I could just always invite people, too, because you don't need the password if I just give you an invite, but whatever. No, it's boogie. Reminder that if it comes to it and we have to start asking people to sit out to form some sort of rotation, that members will be exempt from that. Which I suppose I'm gonna have to get some sort of hierarchy together there, where like higher tier members will get more priority, which means I just have to keep in mind who's what tier. Which is not something I tend to keep track of. Mostly because there's not an easy way of doing it.
Ready?
Performing pretty well tonight, I think. A lot of, like, I feel like the trees aren't that big of an issue on this course, except for the fact that they often put trees right in front of the tee. Like, there's multiple tees that have trees just sitting right in front of them. And they're just like, you figure it out.
Nice shot.
I thought I almost hit a penguin again. I don't think the snow map's as difficult as the palms. Spiky palms. I think that's way harder. If anything, I don't really like this course as much as I perhaps could have because of the wind enemies that I fucking hate. Oops, not charging shock. Also, thank you, Theo, for volunteering to sit out, by the way. It's very helpful. I don't want to, like, ever... I don't like the concept of having to be pushed to the point of telling people that they have to sit out, so... people volunteering to do it is always going to be incredibly helpful.
shot.
It's kind of funny, back with Smash Ultimate, I started wrapping my head around how would I handle it if we had way too many people that wanted to play at once.
Nice shot.
And despite Smash Ultimate being such a thing, that never became a problem. It's amusing to me that it didn't come up until Mario Golf, of all things. Oh, is that supposed to be, like, frozen water in there? I don't think I realized that's what was supposed to be, in those, like, pits. I thought it was just, like, mud.
Nice shot.
Probably could have been harder, but I didn't want to overshoot and go in the bunker. Yeah, that's fine. I can live with that.
Nice.
This is an unfortunate shot. I can't tell if that branch is right above you or right in front of you. How does Fatal Frame still not have a price? Isn't that game coming out in, like, a month? How have they not shown us what the price of that is yet? Oh, man. I still don't know if I'm going to pick that up or not.
Nice.
Yeah, October 28th is when Fatal Frame comes out. And we just don't know how much it's gonna cost. That seems very weird. I think a definite improvement that they could make with this game's soundtrack is make it that you can turn these music tracks off. Just continue playing the course music. The course music's fine. This music is the things that are like, these are like the 5-second loops that people are complaining about. That's like, what is this? Ooh, I hit that way too hard. This might be unfortunate. Now we're fine.
Nice birdie.
Yeah, like, this is fine. It's when you're on the green that the music starts to suck. That's when I'm like, just turn that, like, just make it a toggle in options to just override that and just always play the normal course music instead. I think those tracks are supposed to be, like, all intense because you're getting close, but it's like, the tracks aren't good enough to actually have that effect, in my opinion.
Not tipping.
What a weird character. Never gonna get over that. Oh no, I was thinking it when you were like aiming away from the hole a little bit. I was like, no, not like this. But I also don't want to be like shouting it like while someone's trying to set up their shot and be like, no, you're doing it wrong. Back, like, no, back this way. Back this way. Because it's like, if someone was doing that to me, I'd be pissed, right? So.
Ready?
What's this fucking one? Okay, do your shits again. There you go.
Nice shot.
That was too hard. It was significantly too hard. The wind was stronger than I thought it was going to be, or it was more downhill than I thought it was going to be. This hole is like deceptively difficult. Because it's downhill, we have the wind going the way it is, and that enemy is just camping the hole like that.
Nice on.
You assumed it lied? I don't think it lies. It's that it doesn't portray the severity of the hill as much as it should. Or we just don't know how to read it. I don't think I've ever seen it, like, say that there's no hill when there actually is. Not very often, at least. Not enough to ever assume that it's doing that to me.
Nice
Oh no.
shot.
Oh, you're gonna sneak right in under it, though? Oh, it still hits you? That's bullshit! God, those enemies are fucking nonsense. The hitboxes on those fucking whirlwinds is complete and total bullshit. Oh, he's gonna hit you too, absolutely.
Nice shot.
And I think you overshot. This is gonna suck. Oh, that's unfortunate. God, this fucking clown. It is kind of funny that these enemies are more threatening here than they've ever been on Ridge Rock. But then, most of the time we've played on Ridge Rock, the enemies weren't working correctly. So, maybe that's an unfair thing to say. They're placed in more like... On this course, they placed these enemies as if they were making a Mario Maker stage. To just... They placed them to fuck with you. Oh, did it have a free to... I don't remember that. I don't think it's gonna have that now, due to the fact that it's on multiple platforms. But maybe.
Nice.
Fuck. I thought that was, like, too hard, actually. Are you fucking kidding me? God, that's way more steep than it looks. I mean, I guess the reader's not giving me shit, so I guess it actually is just about as steep as it looks. This is the first time I've had this amount of trouble with a bunker on this course. Are you able to hit the clouds? You can hit them, but you just bounce off. You don't defeat them or anything, if that's what you mean. But they do have collision, so you can't just shoot through them. People keep saying it's going to be 60 because Nintendo, but I don't think that makes any goddamn sense because of the fact that it's on every platform. I don't think Nintendo's calling the shots here. It could still be 60, but I don't think that's the reason it would be 60. I'm thinking 40. It could maybe be 50. I think 60 is kind of unlikely. I don't know. How greedy is Koei Tecmo? I'm sick of looking at this guy's face. Can we get out of here? Are they supposed to be wearing sunglasses? And I just never realized it.
Oh.
Ah, boy.
There's like a line between the two black dots that very much makes it look like a pair of sunglasses.
Nice birdie. Ready?
I've never looked at their stupid faces enough to notice. If I were to pick it up, I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Nice shot.
Because I don't even know if I'm going to pick it up. It's very dependent on what the price is, I think. Because I wouldn't expect a game like that to be more than like 10 hours, so I'm gonna hesitate to spend a lot of money on it. I also don't know if it has, like... I feel like games like that typically don't have a lot of replayability. I could even get it on PC on that note. And I should honestly consider these options because... honestly, my Switch storage space is getting kind of low. I should maybe think about upgrading that soon, actually.
Nice shot.
I don't know, though. Koei Tecmo, like, has a lot of experience with Switch. So the Switch version might be fine. Nope, tree. Yeah, we'll try to go this way. It's really tough for me to commit to games like that because it's a genre, it's a franchise I'm not terribly familiar with, and it's a genre that I'm not a terribly big fan of. So it's very much like taking a leap of faith. It's very similar to Mario Golf, to be honest. Like, when this came out, I was very much like, I don't necessarily have a history with golf, so... Or with Mario Golf. That is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. These enemies are, like, the biggest fucking assholes on this course. That's probably too hard, but...
Nice shot.
I don't know, it looks beautiful, actually. I love it. That's a little too hard, but I can work with it. Also, I don't know how well it would stream, especially as someone who doesn't really stream games like that. I feel like that's a genre where if you stream a game like that, you're gonna get viewers that are going to expect you to only play games like that. Which, I mean, is easy enough for me now to just kind of be like... Yeah, by the way, I don't play games like this very often. That's the other thing, I might just not like it. So...
Nice shot.
That's a potential issue. It might be something that I should just wait for it to go on sale in a year or whatever. And then maybe if I can pick it up for like 20 bucks, it'll be like, well, at least I won't feel like I lost out too much. It's so tricky because, like, games like that I can definitely enjoy. Like, look at, like, Little Nightmares, for example. That game was very, like, unsettling and disturbing, and I fucking loved it. Like, the atmosphere of that game was fucking wild. think that's necessarily a problem. I'm worried about controversial topics more than anything, and I don't know if that game has anything like that, but a long time ago, like, I think my first year streaming, I played a game called, a Metroidvania called Iconoclasts, and it was pretty cool, but the game was very heavily, the storyline focused heavily on, like, corrupt religious governments and shit. And I was like, even at the time, I was like, I'm lucky that I'm a small channel, because I'm pretty sure if I was, like, a huge channel and had hundreds of people watching or something, that, this would be causing a lot of conversation that would not be great. I actually want to play that game again, but, like, now I'm like, I don't know. I might stir up some conversation that wouldn't be great. But it probably didn't have anything like that. It's more so, like, you know, death and stuff like that it talks about, I'm sure. So welcome back, Theo. I think since it's probably not a terribly long game that I'd be fine with doing it on stream, because it's not like it would be a game that's going to take me, like, 8 episodes or anything like that. It's probably not even going to take 4. So at least, even if it doesn't do super well, it would be over pretty fast. But I am hesitant about dropping, like, a large amount of money on it, for sure. When I could instead spend a large amount... Nice chipping. Spend that same amount of money on a game that I know I'm gonna like. And that would potentially stream better.
Nice birdie.
Alright, I made up for that shitty hole I had last time. Oh, I didn't think that went in.
Nice par.
I thought you were closer to the hole than that, so when I didn't hear it sink right away, I was like, uh-oh.
Nice par.
I think it just bothers me that Ninja looks like a Fall Guy. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, and he clearly has predated Fall Guys, but it's just, I don't know. Something about him is very off-putting to me. Like we talked yesterday, I think it's mostly the legs. He's very much a Mario enemy from, like, the waist up and then the waist down. He's, like, not a Mario enemy. What's this wind? Where do I want to go? Maybe here? That's something that might be a better option. Let's do that. Like here. Hey, stop that. Hey. Get over here. Are you wanting out already? Even though I just took a break? You haven't come up and said hi since we've come back from vacation. Your breath stinks. Dirty enough. You want out? See, and with golf, we can even stop and talk to the kitty for a little bit. It's nice. I don't think I've noticed him being shiny. I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily what I dislike. It's mostly his proportions. His proportions are just really strange. And I really think it's mostly his feet. I think if his feet were equally as, like, flappy and, like, pointy as the rest of him, then that would help. But he has, like... Let's put it this way. His legs have, like, proper joints. He has knee joints, he has, like, ankle joints, and then his arms are just flaps. Nice. It's strange. It's strange. And yeah, he's fat. He's a fatty. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just didn't expect it. I do not like this. This is a bit of an uncomfortable shot. That actually worked out better than I expected it to. I maybe shouldn't have backspun. I probably should have... even doing a topspin may not have particularly helped me there, but... I know my Dropbox is almost full. Shut the fuck up. I should actually just fucking move to Google Drive. They give you, like, way more space. He was in Mario Maker 2, actually, so... In fact, I would argue that's the only reason he's here, is because now, thanks to Mario Maker, people actually know who he is. At least as far as the mainstream goes. He got a workout in Mario Maker as well, because he was like the speedrun character or something, wasn't he? When they do those speedrun weeks. I think he's like, you know how in Super Meat Boy, they have the, you can see your previous versions, like, running alongside you? I think that's what he does in the speedrun mode. See, realistically, he should have, gotten a bit of a workout there. Yeah, that's why he has, like, super legs.
Nice approach.
I mentioned it last night, it's that if you look back at the sprites in, like, Mario 2 and stuff, I think he's a little bit more, like, square-shaped. He's a little bit more shaped like a Pokemon, if that makes sense.
Nice approach.
Well, I expect that to go a lot better than that. Even with the bush in the way, I didn't think that was going to hinder you as much as it just did. This wind is fucking powerful, dude. That's too hard. That's actually beautiful. Don't listen to that man.
Excellent.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Birdie. Birdie.
Especially when, like, everybody's on the green, and you just have to listen to this 5-second loop for, like, 2 minutes straight. It's a bit of an issue. I kind of wish they'd give us the ability to just turn those stupid wind enemies off. Like, just give us a toggle that says, like, just turn off enemies. Maybe that would take some of the character out of some of the stages, but... I don't want to deal with their bullshit sometimes.
Birdie.
Can I triangulate? I have that, like... Since these frames are so much thicker, they're causing shadow issues, I've noticed. I'm trying to figure out which light is causing it. See if I can potentially address that at some point.
Nice birdie.
Two more. Hey, I'm glad that I even made it back out of that hole I was in thanks to that bunker. I'm proud of that.
Nice par. Oh. Nice par. Ready?
Let the big dog eat.
Nice.
Not that, Koopa Troopa is that big of a dog, but you know what I mean. Have you still been, what have you been up to, Theo, while I was on vacation? Are you still doing Fire Emblem stuff, or... You were playing Miitopia too, right? I didn't really make a point of asking people what their gaming habits have been while I was gone.
Nice shot.
You weren't really playing anything. Sometimes you just gotta take a break from it too, I think. I think that's kind of what I had happen, was I was like, I should sink my teeth into a game to play while I'm off, but on the other hand, maybe I should just take a break from gaming. Which is more or less what I wound up doing. I mean, I still did, like, Pokemon Unite once a day, and continued with my Mega Man X dive dailies and stuff like that.
Nice shot.
If anything, I realized last night, I need to, like, cut back on daily stuff. Because I do, like, about 3 matches a day in Pokemon Unite. That's unfortunate. To do dailies there. I do, Mega Man X dive dailies, which... 3 matches in Pokemon Unite take, like, a half an hour. I don't know how long it takes me to do the Mega Man X dive stuff. I haven't really timed it. But then I also have, like, multiple games on my phone that I'm playing right now that I, like, log into every day. And I think I need to start, like, cutting back on those. Because last night, basically after the stream, I basically stopped everything to eat right away. And then when I finished eating, I did Pokemon Unite. Then I did Mega Man X. Then I switched over to my phone stuff. And then it was basically time to go to sleep. Like, that was my entire night. I have, like, too much, like, daily stuff at the moment. I need to just... A bunch of the games on my phone I need to just cut myself off on and just be like, nah, you don't have to continue doing these. Can I clear this tree? This might suck. Oh. I'm not feeling super confident about this. And I had that situation a couple weeks ago, too, I probably mentioned on stream, because I was doing Avengers stuff daily, and I was playing a Heroes of the Storm match every day, too. So that was another situation where I was like, I have too much shit to do. I don't have time to do anything else. I'm just gaming constantly. I screwed up that curve big time. I screwed up that curve big time. I don't have enough practice with curve yet, and my muscle memory kind of, like, panicked, and I was like, I don't know what to do. For some reason, in thinking up curve, I hit down first, and then I didn't have enough time to correct it, basically. And in doing so, I also curved way too far to the right. It was just all terrible. I thought about cutting back on Pokemon Unite dailies too, just because of the fact that, like, AI matches are basically impossible right now. Except then they were like, well, Mamoswine's coming out next week, and I was like, fuck, I want to get and play that.
Nice on.
All things considered, like, I'll be able to make par still, I'm pretty sure. It's fine. And Mega Man X Dive, I'm already starting to, like... In typical mobile game fashion, there's just a gazillion different things to do every day, right? And I'm starting to narrow it down to say, like, well, here's the stuff I don't have to bother with today. I can skip that. And as I continue to do that, that'll help me, like, help it not take as long, at least. That was beautiful. I love it. Now, the upside with the mobile game stuff is I can do that, like, in bed before I go to sleep and stuff like that. But I should still cut it back a little bit. Yikes.
Not dipping. Birdie.
It's from last hole, right? No, next to last. Oh, that's it. Whenever you're less than a foot away from the hole, it just hurts. It just hurts.
Nice birdie. Nice par.
Man, I'd like to get, like, one more birdie here, if I could. If I could get up to 2 under, I'd be happy with that, I think.
Nice par.
Yes.
Ready?
What are you daring to try? Like, I don't think you can clear that tree, but I'd love to see someone try to.
Nice shot.
That's unfortunate. I mean, I guess it's better than it stopping in their path and then you were going to get hit when you were trying to make your next shot. Like, in a roundabout way, it's almost better. I almost respect, by the way, that you don't have Ninja's Star Clubs yet. Because I feel like... I remember, like, playing this game the first, like, 2 weeks it was out. There were people that had Super Star Clubs for every character already. And I was like, dude, like... Why do you have to try so hard? It's nice to see that you're not rushing, I guess. I thought about power leveling through just to get their star clubs, but I was like, nah. Why? What's the point? This isn't the type of game where you have to, like, finish all the content as quickly as possible. You kind of want the especially when it's a I want to stream it once a week thing, it's like you want it to be like you want the content to last. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm like, I don't know what character to play. I already got all the Superstar Clubs. I'm bored. Like, that's the funny thing, is the people who are bragging about, like, oh, I have all the Superstar Clubs already, they're probably the ones that are bored of the game already and not playing it anymore. And it's like, you did that to yourself. You know that, right? I think I'd have to clear the tree, though, to do that. I don't like that idea. Deliberately drive it short a little bit and hope that might be okay. That might be fine. Yeah, I think this is the type of game you should be playing at a slow pace too, but it was funny how many kids I saw being like tryhards with this game in the first like 2 weeks. And like I said, it's kind of a bummer, because they're the ones that are now bored of the game already and not playing it anymore, so it's like they could be right here with us having a good old time, but instead they're like, I'm bored, I'm gonna go back to playing Mario Maker. Is Blue's controller drifting, or are you intentionally doing that? Maybe you were intentionally doing that because it looked like it stopped. I don't know. Overall, I'm disappointed that there aren't more people playing this game, well, as far as the YouTube community goes. And I guess part of that is just bitterness, because it's like, it's a Mario game that I'm actually super interested in playing, so you think it would be something that would be like, it'd be popping off for the channel, right? Because it's Mario, it's super safe and mainstream, and everybody likes Mario. Except, no, like, the one that you like isn't the one that people are fucking obsessed with. It's like, that figures. I think I will, in the interest of the handicaps, by the way, in regards to, like, forcing a rotation, I think I will try to say, like, people should stay for at least 2 rounds, right? Maybe it should be even more than that, but even 2 rounds take, like, an hour and a half, so... But I don't know. Like, ultimately what it comes down to is if we ever wind up with, like, a lot of people, and I'm talking, like, 10 or more that all want to play, we're probably going to have to switch to everybody golfs at the same time just to get through matches faster. But for now, I don't think that's a concern. I'm just planning ahead. Even though it's something that, like, it was probably ridiculous that I was planning that far ahead when it came to Smash Ultimate, because it just never came to pass. But I'd rather plan ahead and have a plan of attack for when it happens than to have it happen and not be prepared for it. Is the way I look at it.
Nice shot.
Oh no. I thought for sure he'd stop blowing by the time I got there. I don't think so. I don't think if it was a mix. Because look at Mario Kart. Mario Kart's just Mario Kart. And people are fucking obsessed with that game. I do think it appeals to a slightly different audience is part of the issue. I think the type of audience that goes, like, hard on Mario Kart, Mario Maker, Smash Brothers, they're all, like, high-strung little kids, basically. And I don't think golf appeals to them, is the plain and simple truth, which is totally fine. I think the people that we have pulled in playing this game have been of, like, higher quality than those we would pull in playing something like Mario Maker. So it's... overall, can't complain. But I'm also like, man, imagine if this had the potential channel growth that those other Mario games had. If anything, I'm frustrated, I guess, because of the streamers that are just Mario, 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 yet they got Mario Golf, played campaign in 2 streams, and then put it on the shelf and never played it again. It's frustrating to see people so obsessive about something that's mainstream like that, but then, like, only if it's Mario Maker or Mario Kart do they care.
Nice on.
This is unfortunate. I thought I was in bad shape. This is a shit shot. That might be your best shot, honestly. Backing up a little bit. I don't know if I believe in trying to get up that hill. Oh no! You can't make this shit up, dude. And now you're behind another tree. Oh my god. This is the last hole, so I can start tallying scores as soon as people start sinking their shots. Man, poor Blue. Yeah, those enemies are just fucking assholes. Like, there's not a obscenity, like, strong enough to accurately portray how I feel about this enemy. Let's put it that way. I don't know if that was quite Volume 2 Comedy of Errors. Not quite. It was pretty good. It was a moment, to be sure. But hey, Scarlet. Yeah, these asshole cloud enemies are basically the worst fucking thing in this game now. They're awful. What? Wow, those hitboxes are so fucked! Oh my god. Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Yeah, I thought he was safely, like, behind and above you, and that you wouldn't have to worry about it. Yeah, look at this asshole crowd, all staring, like, what are you gonna do? That one Koopa Troopa in particular, the Paratroopa, he was like, dude, why didn't you account for the cloud? Like, what a jerk. You were going for a flag shot, weren't you? I've noticed, I've begun to notice, Blue, that, like, I think the worse that you feel you're doing, you start going for, like, ridiculous Hail Mary shots all the time. Where you're like, I might as well try and do something bonkers and get, like, a crazy score to try and make up for the fact that I'm not doing well. Even though you're not doing that poorly.
Nice birdie.
So this is interesting because Charlie doesn't have a handicap, so he's just getting a raw score here. So we were talking about you earlier, Scarlet, and you missed it. And instead of repeating what I'm saying, I'm just gonna guilt trip you for missing it. I'm kidding. I'm more than willing to talk about it again, but I'm gonna tease you about it first. Boink.
Nice par. Bogey.
Yikes, +2, that hurts.
Double bogey.
Boy.
Blues +3. I think I fucked up the math on Enos. That should only be -7, right? Was that incorrect? You were at -8. 8 under, rather. You shot 2 over, but since you have the handicap of +1, it was actually 1 over. Right? I think that's right. Oops. I think I mathed that in reverse. It's tricky because the handicaps are like backwards. Blues tagging Theo back in. Okay. You didn't hear half of that? I said that I'm going to choose not to repeat it to tease you about missing it, but then I am actually willing to talk about it again. No, it's not about, I have a favor to ask you, basically. And that's that I never want to see you become one of those streamers that plays Konami games and then just bitches about Konami for like 6 hours straight. Because I was watching, the one guy I watch on Twitch a lot is a big Silent Hill fan, which is totally fine, but I feel like a lot of his streams will just result in him just bitching about Konami constantly. Like, that's it. It's just a giant punchline of complaining about Konami. And, like, it's fine to be frustrated, but, like, it's outright non-constructive criticism. It's just wah, 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 wah. And I was saying about how, like, I think that you typically are more of a enjoy what you have than complain about what you don't have. You don't really complain about, like, the fact that they don't make Metal Gears anymore. You just play the ones you do have and enjoy them, right? Which I respect. Because basically I watched this guy on Twitch last night, because he played the playable teaser last night, basically, is how this all came about. And it was basically, first of all, I was not that impressed by the playable teaser, hot take. But second of all, it was basically just 2 hours of him shit-talking Konami for canceling the game, and how dare they treat Kojima like that, and it was just, by the end of it, I was in a terrible mood, because I was like, dude, he won't shut the fuck up about this. And I guess it's something I take semi-personally, because as Mega Man fans, we were there, right? We were in a similar position where we were like, Capcom's never gonna make a Mega Man game again. Fuck Capcom. Terrible company. But then eventually, like, we reached a point, or at least I did, where I was like, well, that's just the reality. I'm just gonna have to enjoy what we have, instead of focusing on what we don't have. And then, hey, eventually Capcom was like, we made a new Mega Man game, and it's actually super good. And they come to watch a specific thing, and then the person presenting the thing pauses the thing and rants, right? When it's Silent Hill, apparently they do love that. But I've seen a lot of Metal Gear streamers do that too, which is why it's like kind of a thing. Oddly, it seems like Castlevania streamers, or, well, not Castlevania streamers, but Castlevania fans, are a little bit less toxic than Silent Hill and Metal Gear fans are. But yeah, anyway, it just got me thinking that I was like, I hope Scarlet doesn't do that. I would hate to, like, in a year, tune in when she has, like, more subscribers than I do, and is, like, a big-name streamer, and she's just playing Metal Gear every day and bitching about how bad Konami is, and how, haha, pachinko machines. Like, that punchline isn't funny anymore, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like, that's the punchline. It's like, oh, can you believe that this fucking shitty company decided to not make video games to make pachinko machines instead? It's like, okay, yeah. That happened years ago, dude. It's not that funny anymore. Now it's just like, yeah, that's reality. Deal with it. Didn't Kojima want to make a Castlevania, and it just never happened? Or am I imagining that? But then, yeah, like I said, I think... I guess I don't think of Scarlet and think, oh yeah, you just complain about Konami all the time. I think you're good at putting the focus on just enjoying what you do have, instead of, wah, look at what I don't have. He had some input in the first Lords of Shadow, so I didn't imagine that. But not as... I think maybe the Castlevania fanbase just isn't as obsessive as the Silent Hill fanbase is. Hey, I've heard that Lords of Shadow is actually not that bad. I think people shit on it just because it's not, like, traditional Castlevania, but I've heard that, like, if you just look at it as a video game and keep an open mind, that it's actually not awful. Unless I'm thinking of a different game entirely, which is completely likely. This is an interesting shot. Oh no. Oh, stop. Got some fucking DK on this one. And maybe it's because Castlevania was already kind of dormant. Maybe that's why it's a little bit different. Because that was, like, the generation before Silent Hill and Metal Gear, right? And Castlevania is one of those franchises that didn't necessarily transition into, like, the next generation very well. And then just became a handheld franchise. Which is fine, it's just that a lot of people look at handheld games. Like, I only play real video games. Which I wish would stop. Not that it particularly matters, because the handhelds aren't really a thing anymore. Fuck! Anyway. Did you get the Advanced Collection yet, Scarlet, or you didn't pick it up just yet? I don't remember. I heard it's a good collection. I've heard good things about it so far. What's that fourth game that they put in there? Because it's the 3 Game Boy Advance games. And then they put a 4th one on, didn't they? SNES, Dracula X. Which one is that? Is that the one with Richter? Was that not on the Classic Collection? Do you think they're gonna do a 3rd collection that has, like, Symphony of the Night and, like, all the DS ones? To kind of, like, complete it? Strangely absent from the first collection. I assume it was absent because there was already that collection on PS4 that had that one and Symphony of the Night. I'm assuming that they thought that that was enough, and they were like, you already have that one. Oh, is that not Dracula? What's the difference between Dracula X and Rondo? Maybe I'm just confused.
Nice song.
It's kind of funny, because there's a lot of fucking Castlevania games, dude. And it's like, as someone who isn't super familiar with the games, it's real hard to keep them straight. Stop. It's different. How so? Well, when you say different, do you mean like they're kind of the same thing, but they're different, or are they completely different games? Oh, right. Dracula X is like the one that's super hard, right? I hope you're looking forward to me finally picking up the Castlevania collections in October, by the way, Scarlet. I'm hoping that somebody is looking forward to them. In the sense of being excited to watch me play them, and not in the sense of, oh cool, a retro game he's never played, I can just backseat and tell him what to do. Because that's not the kind of excitement I want to encourage. Or mock him for not being able to beat it immediately because I've been playing it for 30 years and I know it inside and out. It blew my mind that that happened with Zelda, and I'll probably never get over it. The fact that I was like, I'm gonna speedrun Zelda 1, and people were legit trying to, like, tell me how to play it while I was speedrunning it. It's like... Did you think I didn't, like, play the game first and research it? You think I just booted up Live Split and said, "Wee, I'm a speedrunner now"? Like... Anyway. Fuck, dude. And to be fair, it's one thing if people are like... I guess here's the key distinction. I think it's natural to tune in on a game like Zelda 1 and ask... Why didn't you go get the magic rod, for example? Because there is stuff we skip. But I think a lot of people tend to assume that I'm skipping it because I don't know it's there. And it's like, no, there's a reason I'm not going to get that. Or they'll be like, you went to the wrong dungeon. This is dungeon 6, you're supposed to go to dungeon 5. And it's like, there's a reason we're going to dungeon 5 first. Or dungeon 6 first. Like, that's not because I don't know where I'm going. But people tend to assume that it's just because I don't know where I'm going. I don't know. Streaming those speedruns was kind of stressful, but even though it really only happened in the first episode. I think I did like 2 or 3 streams of speedrunning Zelda 1, and it was only in the first one where people were like, you don't know where you're going. Haha, he called it the Master Sword. Shit like that. And it was like... And I kept just wanting to be like, have you speedrun this? Can you beat this in under 90 minutes like I can? Cause you know. Yeah, I think it's that. I think on YouTube in particular, people tend to not really fully understand speedrunning for sure. I think that's definitely a thing.
Ready?
I think it's because a lot of YouTube streamers, when they do speedrun, they do it for, like, novelty, and not because of they're taking it seriously as, like, a hobby. They're just being like, I'm just gonna boot up Mario 64 and turn on Live Split. Haha, I'm speedrunning. And it's like, a little bit more thought goes into it than that. I've definitely seen people, like, advertise, like, oh, I'm doing a speedrun, and then I tune in, and I'm like, you don't even know the route. This isn't a speedrun. Like... To be fair, off the top of my head, I don't know why they skipped the magic rod. I think it's just... probably not worth it in the long run. You don't need it to progress, I guess. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. That's fine. It's tricky, too, because I don't necessarily want to discourage people from doing that, but, like, I don't know. I guess there needs to be a way to, like, brand it. The problem is that it bleeds over onto the people that take speedrunning more seriously. Well, the big thing with the rod, I learned this when I was looking into the randomizer. The big thing with the rod is that you can use it when the fucking bubbles paralyze you. Because the bubbles only stop you from using your sword. But you can still use the bow and you can still use the rod. Which makes them incredibly powerful. Especially in the randomizer, where sometimes you can find those before you ever find your sword. You'd wait for in-between runs to ask questions about the speedrun. I think that's reasonable, too. And I don't mind people asking questions, for sure. Like, I definitely don't mind it when people ask questions about, like, why I use a certain strategy or whatever. It's just when they assume that not only I don't know what I'm doing, but they know more than I do, that's when I'm like, okay. And it's very much a thing that seems to happen with retro games more than other games. Because I think there's a retro elitism to an extent, where people will be like, well, I grew up with this game, therefore I'll always know more than you will. Which is, like, kind of ridiculous. Especially when it comes to something like speedrunning. Because it's like, again, do you think I didn't at least play the game first? Especially when, like, the Zelda 1 speedrun especially was interesting because of the fact that the first run I did, since it was the first run I ever did on the channel, I was explaining everything, right? I was talking about, like, okay, here's what we're doing next, here's why we're doing it, and I feel like that shows that I've, like, researched the run. So to pitch that sort of attitude my direction is like, you're not even paying attention to the fact that I'm talking about it. You're just assuming that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I feel like this shot has the potential to suck. Yeah, you're worried about that ledge too, aren't you? I don't feel good about that. Surprises you the boomerang is skipped. I don't know why they skipped the boomerang, because realistically it's not that difficult to pick up. But I guess a lot of the things in Zelda 1 come down to menuing takes forever. So switching between items takes way longer than it really should. Therefore, you don't want to ever have to switch to the boomerang. Especially in the early game when you basically want to have your bombs out at all times. So I guess that's what it is. It's that it's not... It might be worth picking up, but it's probably not worth switching to in most cases. Oh, no. Yeah, that was the fear. That was the worst case. It's part of why I was interested in picking up the randomizer, is because you get to see some of that stuff that you completely skip in the run. I also thought about doing 100% for that reason, because then you just you see more of the game, right? That, and you already pick up a lot in the any percent run, so I was like, 100% can't be that much different. Yeah, that shot was kind of deceptive, because it didn't look like it was that bad, but there was definitely a chance that that ledge was going to completely screw him, and it definitely wound up doing that. Which is unfortunate.
Excellent.
Dude, this is kind of uncomfortably close to Spike's bullshit, too. How did I even get +1 on the last hole. I've kind of been on autopilot. I don't know what happened on the last hole. I don't remember it going terribly poorly, but apparently it did. But yeah, anyway, to go back and reiterate, because we're gonna be speedrunning on Wednesday, so you know it's relevant. I do not have a problem with people asking questions during speedruns, for sure. In fact, I will often not talk about the run as much as I perhaps should, because I tend to assume most people don't care. But I'm, like, more than eager to talk about it if people are interested. The only objection I have to it is if it's, like... I was gonna say if it's a stupid question, but I can't think of a good example of that. And you just have to be prepared for the fact that the answer 90% of the time is going to be the sarcastic because it's faster. And then I'll probably explain it further beyond that, but a lot of the times it is just because it's faster. Yeah, the Zelda 1 randomizer has a, they put it on select. Select shuffles through your items, so you don't have to menu as much. Which seems, like, real nice. I don't usually do this. This seems like an idea. Wow, you have to hit it real hard from the rough. I did not realize that. As I said, I never do that. So... I did not know how much harder I'd have to hit it. Yeah, there's a spike over there.
Nice birdie.
That was still par. It just could have been an eagle or a birdie, which would have been nice.
Nice par.
I hate to break it to you, Theo, but this one's gonna hurt.
Double bogey.
This one's gonna hurt. What hole are we on? Oh, we're only on the second hole. You have time to recover. Never mind. We're fine.
Ready?
I don't know if I've done this hole yet. I don't know, I guess my overall point is I think that it should be kind of accepted that if you're going to a stream that says they're speedrunning, you should probably assume they know what they're doing until proven otherwise. A lot of people... It's not even just a speedrun thing. I think it's a stream thing in general. People tend to assume you don't know what the fuck you're doing. The small bridges. It isn't the bridge. See, I'll show you when my turn comes up. These two new courses are both done in a way where they're like, it's one big, like, mess of courses. So there are, like, we've been to this green before, for example.
Nice, huh?
It's just, we've done it from different tees. Like, this is the entire course. There's 18 holes here, if you can believe that. You can see all the different tees and stuff. I don't think there's 18 holes, though. It's just... there's 18 tees going to, like, 6 holes or something like that. So this is familiar. Just this particular approach, I'm not... I feel like I may have not done before. I think I'm gonna wanna... The wind is making this one pretty tricky. Ooh, that was way too hard. God, this shot sucks. I always, like, overcompensate for wind. Oh my god, that actually worked really well.
Nice, huh?
That was, extremely good luck. What was I saying? Yeah, I saw 11-mile-an-hour wind, and I was like, oh, I really have to compensate for this. No, I didn't.
Nice shot.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could get into, like, a Zelda randomizer, Theo, because I feel like there's a lot of...
Nice on.
Randomizers in general, I think, are a really cool concept. It's just most games I really like, and most games I speedrun, don't really work for randomizers. Mega Man randomizers don't really work that well. They exist, but I don't really like them. What I want to see somebody do is make a mega randomizer, if you will, that randomizes together Mega Man 1 through 6. And, like, picks a random 8 Robot Master stages from all 6 games, sticks them in there, randomizes the weakness order, and then picks, like, 4 random fortresses from the 6 games and just drops them in there. That's what I want to see. But just taking Mega Man 2 and mixing up the weakness order is, like, it's not that interesting. Yeah, this is a new course, Scarlet. This and the Snow one are new. That came out Thursday night. Four or 8, maybe randomize it, make it could be between 4 and 8. Could be 6 sometimes, it could be 5.
Birdie.
The other one I would, like, really like to look into, and I've talked to Twain about this, but neither of us know the game that well, but I think it would be super fun. And I forget what it's called. There's an Ocarina of Time randomizer. I think it's called Multi-World? Where it's like... your copy of the game is linked up to someone else's copy of the game. So there's a chance that I could be running around in Ocarina of Time and find Twain's Megaton Hammer. And then it sends it to him, and suddenly he has the Megaton Hammer unlocked. So it's like they randomize where everything is, and then also randomize them between each other's games. Which seems like a really interesting concept. But, like, we don't know that game well enough to be able to do something like that. It wouldn't be a speed run. We'd almost have to do it as, like, a casual run instead. But it sounds super interesting. I think there might be one for A Link to the Past, too, which might be a better option, because he at least knows that. I would have to learn it, though.
Birdie.
Yeah, Mega Man 1 through 6 would have to have an algorithm that knows, like, okay, we gave you Crash Man, so we can give you that Wily Fortress stage. But if you don't have that weapon, then that stage can't show up. Or just have it randomized that a different weapon works there. Which I honestly don't know if I love the idea of, like, randomized weakness. I mean, there's other stuff they'd have to do there, too. Like, you can't get the first Fortress stage from Mega Man 2 unless you get item number 1 at some point, for example. Well, you'd need item 1 and item 3, but you know what I mean. So it would have... And most games have that. Most randomizers have that, where... it has to have an algorithm that will make it that you won't get soft locked, where they can't put something behind a thing. They can't put. They can't in Link to the Past. They can't put the hammer somewhere where you need to be able to swim, and then put the flippers somewhere where you need the hammer. It just can't do that because then it would make the game impossible to finish.
Nice birdie.
So when a couple months ago, tried, after Zelda 2, I tried to play Link to the Past, and I never finished it. I realized that if you play Link to the Past like Zelda 1, it feels a lot better. Like, if you assume that the sword can only attack directly in front of you, it feels significantly better. It's just that the animation makes it look like he has this broad sword swipe, and he does not. He does not. That hitbox is, like, only right in front of him. Which makes it feel real bad if you're trying to play based on the graphics. Which, you know, 99% of players are gonna do. Now I'm just kind of like... I just think A Link to the Past is boring. Like, when I was playing it this past... I got, like, halfway through it, I think. I think I did, like, 7 temples or something? 6 or 7? And, I didn't hate it, but, like... I was just... bored. I was like, this... At the time, it probably would have blown my mind more, but since I didn't play it until, like, already 10 years after it was out, it was, like, already kind of like, nah. So? That, it already starts that, I'm tapping into my, like, inner Aaron Hansen right now. It already starts that, like, linearity that people claim only happened with Ocarina of Time. But no, Link to the Past started it too, where the game starts talking at you a lot and says, go here next. And it's like, that's what I like about Zelda 1 so much, is it just doesn't give you any of that. It's more, it plays like a Metroidvania almost, where it's just, you have to explore, and then you find something, or like, oh, I can't do this yet, I'll have to wait until I come back. Come back with a certain item. Whereas in A Link to the Past, they're just kind of like, you need this to advance, here you go. Go here next. It's like, takes the exploration out of it. Now, it's not quite as linear as, say, Ocarina of Time, because you can do the temples in whatever order you want, I think. There might be a few exceptions there, but it's still kind of like, I don't know, it's more hand-holdy, which is, like, kind of just sets it on the wrong path, perhaps. I have all the stuff to get multi-world set up, I just haven't done it yet. I grabbed it, like, a couple months ago and just haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, I did the first 3, and then I did, like, 3 or 4 Dark World dungeons. Ish. It's already been a couple months, so I don't remember which ones I did. See, Breath of the Wild gets the openness correct, but there's no, like... There's no problem solving. Which I don't like. You don't have that element of Zelda 1 where you'll be wandering around and be like, oh, I can't do this yet. I'll have to come back later. You don't have the mystery. And I think that works well for an open world game. It doesn't work well for a Zelda game, though. For me. Clearly an open world game, they want to just give you all of your solutions right out of the gate. But... that's why I would say, like, a lot of people try to say, like, Breath of the Wild is like, oh, it's them returning to the Zelda 1 formula. Except, no, not really. Because the Zelda 1 formula still has that Metroidvania problem-solving to it, where you have to question, like, how do I solve this? Do I even have what I need to solve this?
Nice shot. Nice, huh?
To be fair, I'm looking forward to replaying Ocarina of Time when N64 Online comes out. For sure. Because I haven't played that game in like 20 years. Ish. I'm looking forward to doing that. However, it might be a bit of a shit show. I am planning on streaming that. And anyone who thinks Ocarina of Time is like the best game ever made is probably not gonna have a good time. They're probably gonna be... I'm probably just gonna piss them off because I'm probably gonna be very vocal about what works in that game and what doesn't work. And how well or how poorly it has aged. Yeah, it's multiple playthrough problem solving, which isn't necessarily great when the game takes like 100 hours to beat. Multiple playthrough problem solving works if the game is like, you know, you can beat it in one sitting. Because then you can be like, I'm just going to do another quick run through of Sonic Mania, except I'm going to do this differently this time to see how it changes the playthrough. That works very well, I think. When it's a game that large, I don't think that necessarily works.
Nice, huh?
I saw the thing about 50 hertz for the European version, and I honestly don't know what that means.
Nice.
People seem to be making a big deal out of it, and I'm not sure if it's big dealable. Yeah, isn't that just a thing? I don't understand why people are making a big deal about that. It seems like a thing that people are making a deal about just because they want to be negative about Switch Online. It isn't a big deal. People are making it a big deal. Pretty quickly, people were like, oh no, the European version runs at 50 hertz. Yeah, it's bad. What's Nintendo thinking? And it's like, I was just kind of like, what? Is that bad? So you said you're looking forward to Banjo-Kazooie. Have you played it, Volpe? Or is that going to be blind for you? We're definitely going to play that, too, once that gets added. And honestly, if there's a lot of people that haven't played that game before and you want to play it yourself, I could probably be persuaded to playing it later, so you guys can play through it first. Yeah, I mean, that's the PAL format, isn't it? Hasn't that been a thing for like 30 plus years? I don't understand why people suddenly blew that up and are like, oh no. Oh, you have played it before. I also realized that I didn't put this together at first, but the timing of that's probably too hard. Fuck, the timing of expansion pack's really good because by the time we get back to the Sonic Marathon in November, Genesis Online will be out. We can play Rise Star on there instead of on emulator. And if we finish Rise Star early, we can play Mean Bean Machine, dude. Because that's also on there. Charlie left the room.
Nice part. Nice part.
As before, we're gonna just drop that entire round then, because otherwise we'd have to split up, like, which holes did you actually play, and
Nice part.
which ones did the AI play, and I just don't want to worry about it.
Oh.
I think people get used to the higher speed through emulation or something. Yeah, that's probably it. And my stance on that would be that's their problem. That's like complaining that Switch Online N64 is running at 360p. Why isn't it at 1080? Because the fucking games don't run at 1080, motherfucker. Like, come on. Why isn't it 1080 with widescreen hacks? Because that wasn't a thing! I forgot that they had the track maker in that 64DD version. I forgot that was a thing. Your controller depleted and it booted you out. Yeah, that kind of happens. You gotta make sure to plug those things in as soon as you see the warning. Someone said just get the American version instead. I mean, yeah, it's easy enough to do that, so that is a solution. What I disliked, and I did watch a reaction video of the Direct that I really liked for this one moment, because people in chat were saying, you can emulate all those games, and the streamer was basically like, shut the fuck up. Like, first of all, it's fucking illegal. What part do you not understand about that? Second of all, some people don't want to fuss with emulation. They just want the game to be there and have it be easy to pick up and play, which is completely reasonable. That's often my approach, is like, I can play Rise Star on Genesis Online now instead of fussing with the emulator? Fuck yeah. Sounds awesome. I can play Banjo-Kazooie now instead of fussing with the emulator? Fuck yeah. That sounds awesome. I think I hit though. Uh-oh. Speaking of which, I had a feeling that was gonna happen because I mentioned yesterday. I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday. I realized when we started the stream that I hadn't charged my controller all week, and forgot to plug it in after the stream. Yeah, you got lucky, Theo. Look at that placement. Alright, Charlie, take it easy. We'll do golf again. I think Friday is when we're gonna do golf again. I mean, we'll be playing other stuff before that, of course, but...
Nice, huh?
Oh yeah, the Sin and Punishment release is super cool. I feel like that's stuff that people aren't, like, talking about as much as they should. The fact that, like, Banjo-Kazooie is gonna be on there, and the fact that Sin and Punishment is on there is, like, super fucking cool. I've never played Sin and Punishment. I'm looking forward to checking that out. I don't know if I'll stream that one. But it's exciting that it's on there.
Nice.
Speaks in haiku in Japanese. That's a good point, because, like, rhyming in Japanese is super easy, right? Isn't it, like, significantly easier to do? So it probably isn't as much of a thing? They'd have to have a different gimmick, right? I like how in Tui she's just like, you know what, fuck that. Actually, I think it's her sisters that complain, and they're like, dude, that's really annoying, could you stop? And she's like, fine. Oh, no. Blue, if you're still out there, you can hop back in after this round, by the way, if you'd like to. On the note of, like, difficult to find games like that, I'm hopeful that they'll put, like, Wily Wars on Genesis Online and stuff like that. Maybe even sneak Sonic 3 and Knuckles on there.
Nice birdie.
You'd think that they'd be able to do, because it's not a re-release, right? It's the same as having the ROM available on Steam. But anyway. I should have maybe been a little bit harder. Oh, fine. Okay.
Nice birdie.
Sorry, we're on 5. But I like that they do that stuff. I feel like that adds value to Switch Online. That they have games like Star Fox 2 that are like... That's a game that, like, I think the ROM is out there somewhere, but it's like... maybe not super easy to find. Yeah, it was on Genesis Mini, but the emulation on Genesis Mini wasn't super accurate. Which is why whenever I speedrun it, I still speedrun it on emulator. Because Genesis Mini emulation doesn't have slowdown. Accurate slowdown. Therefore, they just won't accept those times on the leaderboard. Do you just like this course? I like it, it's just, it's fucking hard. It is a difficult course, for sure. I don't know if I've ever seen this hole before, either. We've definitely been on these tees before, but, like, the hole's all the way the fuck over there. I feel like this isn't something I've done before. Could I just... I don't think I like the idea of that, no. Let's... This sucks. Or, well, maybe it's just because we're on the back tee. Maybe that's the only actual real difference here. God damn it. Well, this is gonna be something. Well, I mean, we'll do Basin after this. We're just gonna keep alternating between the new ones, I think, for tonight. Next week, we'll probably mix it up a little bit more and bounce around. I feel like there was something else that I was like, I'd really like to see this on N64/Genesis Online, and I can't remember what it was. I mean, Diddy Kong Racing was one I mentioned yesterday. I'd really like to see that on N64 Online. Yeah, Blustery Basin is the snow one that I mentioned. Perfect Dark would be kind of neat. I guess with online play, it would... Oh my god, what if they put fucking GoldenEye on there? Holy shit. I'm not even that big of a fan of GoldenEye, but, like, there's no denying that people would get hype as fuck over legitimate online GoldenEye. Like, that would be kind of crazy. Perfect Dark would also be cool, though, on that regard. And probably a lot more plausible. That's an interesting shot.
Okay.
Drained it? What the fuck? I've never heard that voice clip before. What just happened? Was that because you successfully skimmed across the water, I guess? I wonder if they'd put Conker's Bad Fur Day on there. I'd probably play that again if they put that on there, even though I don't think that game's aged very well as far as humor goes. I'd probably cringe a lot at some of the shit they say in that game these days. But yeah, I'm curious how much of Rare's stuff is going to be on there for sure. I would expect that Banjo-Tooie will be on there eventually. The only other one I can think of is Jet Force Gemini. Scarlet mentioned Mischief Makers yesterday. I'd like to see... That's not Rare, but I'd like to see that because I've never played it. And it's likely because that's Treasure, right? And Treasure's also Sin and Punishment. So, I feel like that could happen. But yeah, I've never played that game, so they should put Mega Man 64 on there. Even if it's just Mega Man Legends. It'd still be cool. Yeah, I don't know about Conquer. I feel like they might have to censor and rate that based on, like, today's environment. Perfect Dark is probably teen or M, yeah. But that's also just violence. That's easier to re-rate, whereas Conquer has a lot of very questionable stuff in it. Yeah, the announcer was like... It sounded like even the announcer was like, I haven't had to use this voice line yet, I'm not sure. Like, what's happening? That was very unusual. That was Theo that did the water shot. Ugh. I should have let the big dog eat a little bit harder than that. It's rough, though, because, like, I'm trying to stop myself. I was gonna go, I don't know if we can, but I was gonna go pre-order or order the N64 controller already. I'm trying to prevent myself from getting too excited, though, because I don't want to get too excited and have them be like, oh yeah, Switch Online expansion pack's $50 a year. Because then I'm going to be, like, heartbroken. I'm fairly certain it's not gonna be, but it's still, like... I just don't want to get my hopes up too much. You can skim across water, it's just very situational. And I don't know if he tried it. I kind of want to say he didn't try to do that. Maybe he did, though. Yeah, I don't particularly want the Genesis controller, I don't think that's necessary. I feel like the N64 controller, if you feel like you're going to be playing a lot of those games, is gonna kind of be necessary. That's one of those controllers where trying to map the controls to other controllers tends to not work very well. So I think that's one that I'm like, yeah, I should probably get that. And then I could, dude, like, I want to see people start using that to play Smash Ultimate. I want to see, like, a renaissance where people are like, yo, fuck that GameCube controller, we can play Smash on the N64 controller now? There's, like, no other way. Because really, that's something that always bothered me about the, you can only play Smash on the GameCube controller, there's no other way. It's like, really? Because there was another way before the GameCube controller existed. Are you telling me that that was just... So Smash 64 is just unplayable because there's no GameCube controller? Anyway.
Nice approach.
I think they're gonna go with first-party games for N64 Online. I don't know, because look at, like, Genesis Online has Castlevania. That was ballsy. That was ballsy. They did have the focus on N64 games as being, like, first party plus Banjo. But realistically, how many third-party games were on N64 that were actually, like, really awesome? Like, I feel like there weren't many. That was when third parties started really turning their back on Nintendo, you have to remember. It's when third parties were like, CDs are the future, you losers are still using cartridges, we're getting the fuck out of here. I'm sure there are some N64, some third-party games that I'm, like, just forgetting, but I feel like for the most part there weren't many that hurt. That hurt. N64. I do remember that game being pretty cool.
Nice bar. Oh,
I don't know who developed it, but there was a racing series called Extreme G on N64 that was, like, super cool. And I'd like to see that on there.
nice birdie.
It was a very, like, F-Zero Wipeout kind of game. But yeah, I've said before, I feel like the N64 library is actually, like, kinda small. Oh, this is the last hole.
Nice birdie.
Okay. Theo, this is gonna hurt. I'm not gonna lie to you. This one's gonna hurt you. Hurts me more than it hurts you. Oh, right, room's been disbanded. So we'll probably take a quick break, and then Blue, like I said, if you wanna pop in, you are more than welcome to. Did they always bring you straight to the screen with your settings the same? I don't know if that's how it always was. I will reopen the room before we do scoring, and then we'll take a quick break. Yeah, that's what, a +5 for him? That's rough. Wait, no. Tonight's total is just... now -4. Yeah, I think doing an N64 Mario Golf night would definitely be super cool. The only issue being that, yeah, you need to unlock the characters, which is going to be pretty rough. We could do... NES and Super NES Online has a, like, pass the controller thing, doesn't it? So we could potentially do something like that? Alright, so I shot 2 under, which is what's expected, so my score doesn't change. Blue wasn't in on that one. And Eno was +1, which is what's expected, so nothing changes. Except for tonight's total. I think Mario Party could potentially be kind of fun to do, too. It's probably not a long-term thing, but... could be a fun one-off thing. Yeah, I don't think Smash is going to be on there until Ultimate's done having updates. And then they'll probably put it on there. They'd rather have people buying Ultimate at the moment and the DLC. But they can't just avoid putting it on there, right? Oh, alright, so scoring's done. I'm going to, catch up on chat, and then we'll take a break. Or do I want to take a break first? I may take a break first. I'm going to take a break first. I'll catch up on chat when we get back. You guys are already joined and ready to go, so... I'll try not to be long. Oh, that's right, she never came back in. I'm going to have to see if Kat wants to come back in. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll, yeah, bust rebase in next. everyone for another round. If it's of any consolation, Theo, your handicap next week will be calculated solely on your scores tonight without the handicap applied. That's why I'm keeping track of score tonight without handicap and with handicap. Which I should maybe be keeping track of off to the side so that there's, like, less numbers on the screen. Like, some of... the scorecard's very sloppy right now. I'll update it again for next month. Some of that info I might just push off to the side, and I'll have a place to jot it down, but won't necessarily have it, like, on the layout. In fact, I might just make it so that the only thing on the layout are names and... names, handicap, tonight's score, and monthly score? Maybe? I think that's the only information, like, the amount of rounds everyone's played and tonight's score without the handicap, I can just put that off to the side. That's behind the scenes stuff. Anyway. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that, like, a lot of people... I saw some people complaining about Genesis Online because there's already 3 other ways to own Sonic 2, and it was like... It's like I was saying earlier, you need to look at the bigger picture there. Arrow gauge? I've never even heard of that. Dream Course is already on SNES. You don't even need past the controller for that. You can just do 2-player. I probably won't pick up any of the any of the Mario parties, any of the new ones, to be honest. My interest in Mario Party's not super high. Did they have the original NES Golf on Switch Online? Probably. Looks like it. Oh, take it easy, Theo. Thanks for hanging out. Should have waited for Genesis Online. Honestly, that's probably why they stopped the Ages collections, because that's what that release is, right? Is that was part of, like, the Ages line, where they were, like, remastering the games. That's probably why they stopped, because they probably talked to Nintendo and said, hey, why don't we just make it a Switch Online thing? Because they didn't do many of those re-releases. And then they just kind of, like, arbitrarily stopped, and we were kind of like, why would you stop? Like, these are being well received. That's probably why. They probably talked to Nintendo and said... Because the Ages releases are Switch only, right? I don't think they were on other platforms. So that's probably what happened. They probably talked to Nintendo and said, let's just make it a true collaborative effort. Okay, so we'll put Pauline in for a second one. I don't know. I like this game enough that I don't often find myself thinking we've had enough Mario Golf, we should pivot to play something else. I think only one night have I been like, I'm bored. Doesn't happen very often. Oh, I'm not saying they're not nice remasters. I'm just saying that's probably why they stopped making them, is because they realized they decided they could do this instead. Plus, I've mentioned before, I don't think pivoting between games within one stream works as well on YouTube as it does on Twitch. I think that's just, like, an unfortunate truth. Like, I've watched some people on Twitch that, like, they play, like, 4 or 5 different games a stream. Like, they have it scheduled out per stream where they'll play, like, multiple things. They'll play something for, like, 2 hours and then be like, okay, now we have to switch and do this instead. And it's like, that seems like a cool idea, but I just don't see that working on YouTube. I think the only way... now, to be fair, I think the only way it could work is with what you're saying, where it has a theme, and all of the games are related in some way. I think that could potentially still work, but I don't know if my interest in doing it is super high. Let's put it that way.
Nice shot.
God, I thought the wind was gonna hit me, to be honest.
Nice on.
That's why I've been worried about stuff with, like, the Sonic Marathon and doing the Castlevania collections about, like, I don't want to be switching games too frequently. That was an inevitability when it came to the Game Gear games, because those games just weren't terribly long.
Nice on.
But I'd like to keep that in mind moving forward with Castlevania. I'd like Episode 1 of Castlevania to just be Castlevania 1. And that will be it. The problem is what happens if I turn out to be a Castlevania god and beat it in 2 hours, which I don't think is gonna happen, but it's like, it's also... I didn't think Sonic 2 on Game Gear I was gonna beat as quickly as I did, because that game's fucking hard as shit. So I should still account for it.
Nice shot.
Oh no.
Nice on. Birdie.
Yeah, that's fair too. Do I like Ninja? He is weird. He is a weird character. I don't dislike him, but there's something about his design that I find to be very off-putting.
Nice par.
Yes.
Birdie.
I don't know if that was hard enough. We're fine. We're fine.
Nice birdie.
Oddly, it's not. Oddly, it's not the buttons that I find to be peculiar. I mean, I did it first, but now there's like other things that I find to be peculiar. The fact that he's shaped like a bean. The fact that his arms are flappy and don't have any joints, but his legs have very specific human joints to them. Stuff like that is like just super off-putting to me. Yeah, like the original Ninja was like more square-shaped.
Nice birdie.
This one's weird.
Birdie.
I don't know if I like his modern design, is how I'll put it. I don't, like, hate it. I'm not like, why did they put this trash character in the game or anything like that.
Ready?
It's fine. It doesn't offend me. It's just, he's very peculiar. That'll be fine.
Nice shot.
If you don't think about it, well, that's the problem, Volpe, is we're thinking about it. That's the issue here. Which snow enemy? The snowman pokies or the cloud guys? The cloud guys, I'm pretty sure, are fucking assholes. I'm pretty sure that's what they're called. Taifus, I think is what they're actually called. I prefer fucking asshole. Oh, you mean the one from Mario 2? I hate to break this to you. I mean, you know I don't like 2D Mario games, right? That's no secret. But, I don't have an opinion on Mario 2, and I probably have not played Mario 2 in 20 years. So, to the point where I didn't immediately know that Ninja was from Mario 2. So, I had to, like, stop and think about it for a second. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a Mario 2 enemy. That's super cool. I do like seeing Mario 2 representation in games like this, because I feel like Nintendo often wants us to pretend that game doesn't exist. I'm hoping that paves the way for I still want to see Birdo in here. I'm hoping it paves the way for Wart. I think that would be fantastic. Maybe stick Mouser in there. Dude, like, stick Mouser in there, and then make his special shot when it lands, just puts up this giant graphic that just says bomb. Like a comic starburst that just says bomb. Make that his special shot. You're welcome, Nintendo. That's free. If you take that one, I'm just gonna pretend that you came up with it. I'm not gonna... I won't be upset about it at all.
Nice shot.
The thing is that I think Shy Guys transcended Mario 2, and I think most people think of them as Yoshi's Island enemies. They are, in fact, from Mario 2. I'm not saying they're not, but I think they perhaps are the exception because of the fact that they had strong presence in other games.
Nice shot.
That's why, like, low-key, when I'm like, they never have Mario 2 characters, and someone's like, they have Shy Guy, I'm like, Shy Guy doesn't fucking count, and you know it.
Nice on.
Because he's been in, like, every Yoshi game. And I think to the point where they don't consider that to be a Mario 2 enemy. And, like, come on, I think even people that are Mario 2 fans would still say, like, there's not enough Mario 2 representation. I would assume they would agree with that Shy Guy and Birdo aren't enough. Especially when Birdo's not in as much stuff as they could be.
Nice on. Nice on.
I think my, like, two dream characters for this game are Wart and Cranky Kong. Like, by a long shot. I think those are the ones where I'm like, if Nintendo asked me, like, you could pick two characters to put in Mario Golf, who are they? I'd say Wart and Cranky Kong.
Birdie putt.
Why doesn't this game have mini golf yet? Like, can you imagine how intense mini golf would be, considering how intense things often get on the green? Like, where's mini golf, baby? That seems like, low-key, I hope they make, like, a mini golf expansion or something.
Birdie.
I don't think I find it particularly likely, but it would be pretty sweet.
Nice birdie.
Though I also want more Yoshi's Island representation. I keep saying that there's those, like... There's those enemies with the masks that, like, grab Mario right off your back. I think they should put one of those guys in this. I don't know what they're called, but...
Boom.
Oh, boy.
What, Volpe?
Nice par. Nice par. Ready?
Monster Hunter. We're talking about Mario Golf. It's kind of sad that, like, out of all the things in the Direct that I'm excited about, I'd honestly not put the Monster Hunter expansion too high on that list. And I think that's because we knew it was going to be a thing, right? So it wasn't, like, terribly surprising. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, cool. If anything, like, it's one of those things where, like, when we get closer to it next year, I'll start being pretty fucking hype about it. But right now, I'm just kind of like, it's not for, like, almost a year. I'm not gonna get too excited about it too much, just yet. And like I said, it wasn't, like, a surprise. Oh, the trees. I don't think I like that. I'm gonna shoot it short. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm more excited about Kirby, for sure, just because that was such a, yo, what the fuck is this? I think that was the show stealer for me. Oh, are people, like, speculating about what's gonna be in the expansion? Dude, we saw, like, nothing about it. I, like, low-key hate speculation anymore. It's so grasping at straws. Like, we talked yesterday about the Bayonetta speculation. People are speculating that, like, Bayonetta 3 is, like, actually a prequel or some shit, and it's like, dude, they didn't show us enough to speculate on something like that. Like, cool your jets. That, and whenever I think about speculation now, I just think about... Oh, that's Ganondorf underneath Hyrule Castle.
Nice shot.
Like, who cares? I understand you're excited, but, like, I guess I'm just more content to just wait until they show us something and be surprised. I'd rather just wait for the next, when they're like, oh, we're gonna have a Monster Hunter event on Twitch on Thursday, and we're gonna show you more about Sunbreak, and then just tune in and just be surprised. And just be like, yo, this looks sick. I guess that's the problem, is I think that speculation too often leads to setting expectations. And then people get pissed when it's not what they thought it was. Oh, no. Just fucking kill it. It should have been a little bit harder. I'm hoping that it being downhill will balance it out. That's fine. I maybe should have standard shot instead of backspun.
Nice
Okay.
one.
Speculating based on the hairstyle. Apparently, and maybe this is true, but apparently people think that it's a new voice actor, and that's why it's a prequel, because she's younger, because it's a different voice actor? Hasn't the voice actor said that... It is the same voice actor, isn't it? And they said that Bayonetta 3 is probably, like, their last... Like, they're done with the character after that? I thought they just recently said that. Oh, it is a new voice actress? That's peculiar. I wonder why. Yeah, it looks like it could definitely be, like, that they're saying Bayonetta and Astral Chain are in the same universe. I think that's, like, almost kind of likely. I don't like to look into Easter eggs and be like, this Easter egg means something, and all of the Pixar movies are connected. Like, I don't really love to do that. Sometimes Easter eggs are just Easter eggs, but it did feel very Astral Chain-y even before we saw whatever the fuck the name of the dog was. I forget.
Nice on.
But yeah, the enemies even looked like something out of Astral Chain compared to what I know of Bayonetta. So... Because yeah, I think I said it in the reaction, didn't I? Where I was like, is this Astral Chain 2? Like... So I think that's, like, kind of likely that they might be trying to link those two franchises for whatever reason. That I can see, but... And I think we did see enough to make that guess.
Nice on.
Yeah, I liked Pixar Theory at first. I thought it was really interesting and fun. But then, eventually I was like, it's a little...
Pin shot. Birdie.
I don't know if that's true. Depends on how the timeline's set up. Lappy could already be a thing. I hate this. Do I want to try and just wedge it over there? I think I'm gonna be bold and try to putt this motherfucker. That's probably too hard. You gotta believe, man.
Nice birdie.
See, I don't remember them having tethers, is the one thing I'll disagree with there. I thought it looked like they had, like, scarves or capes, not tethers.
Birdie.
But I'd have to watch it again.
Nice birdie.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting if Bayonetta just led up to Astral Chain. Like, I think that could be an interesting angle.
Nice par.
Yes.
Which then makes me wonder if are other Platinum games all in that universe too? Are we going down that rabbit hole?
Ready?
Was Wonderful 101 in the past or the future? I guess is what I'm getting at. Yeah, do the games they make for other people... Is Nier Automata a part of the universe too? And Star Fox Zero? Oh, man. And Legend of Korra. Let's not forget about that. Really, Bayonetta's just doing hair bending, right? The last hairbender, that's so stupid. I apologize for nothing. They did make a Transformers game, I forgot. Didn't they make a Ninja Turtle game, too? This is getting out of hand pretty quickly. I heard that the Korra game, it's not that it sucks, it's like breathtakingly average, and there's nothing special about it. It's just very basic and safe. I feel like there's some other wild game that they had a part in that I'm not remembering. That'd be interesting to see companies that, like, take on licensed games try and work with everybody to, like, make, like, an all-star game. Like, what if WayForward made, like, an all-star game? And they were able to pull in from all the different licensed properties they've worked with. That'd be pretty fucking wild. Oh boy. What's the verdict on Nickelodeon All-Stars? Is that looking like it's actually going to be a good game? Like, is that something I should be paying attention to? I've actually seen, like, channels that cover fighting game content actually seriously covering that game. And I'm kind of like... I thought it was just going to be a party game that we could all ignore, but people seem to actually be taking it kind of seriously. Okay. That almost fucked up my shot. Blue, everything okay? Not graphically. I actually like the, like, claymation style they have for it. I haven't really looked at the game in progress, though. I haven't looked at, like, gameplay footage. Your controller died. You guys need to, like, plug your controllers in when they start to die. It's a pretty damaging thing to have happen in the middle of one of these matches. Yeah, I saw Maximilian Dude is covering it, and I was like, dude, it must be, like, actually looking promising if he's covering it.
Nice shot.
Oh, it wasn't battery, it was just I've had that happen. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Doesn't happen very often, but I've had it happen.
Nice on. Nice on.
Yeah, I haven't been following it super closely. You guys remember, like, when those design documents leaked that Disney was gonna make a Smash game? And they just canceled it for whatever... Oh, I mean, I guess they probably canceled it when they canned Disney Interactive and just said, that's enough of that. That's probably when that happened. No, I hit it too hard.
Pin shot.
Oh, God. Yeah, if it has rollback netcode, then they're just gonna treat it like it's the best thing that's ever been made. I did see a meme that was really funny saying that the final Smash Brothers character is gonna be rollback netcode. It's not even gonna be a character. It's just gonna be that they're adding rollback netcode. And I was like, that's really funny because the Smash Brothers community would fucking pay to get it, so... I wouldn't say rollback netcode's flavor of the month, though. I would say it's like... I mean, it's fairly revolutionary. The problem is that any game... It's gonna turn into one of those things where Remember a couple years ago when we started saying if a multiplayer game comes out and doesn't have online play, who the fuck cares? That's what's gonna start happening with fighting games, is if a fighting game comes out and doesn't have rollback, people are just gonna be like, well then who cares? What's the point? Oh, I didn't hit it hard enough.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Blue controllers never disconnect. Well, sounds like you picked the wrong controller then. Oh, the games are flavor of the month? I get you. Yeah, it's definitely like a hype thing that...
Bogey.
I was talking about this a bit the other morning, because Brad was playing King of Fighters. And I was saying that, like, I like watching people casually play games like that. Because I think games like that are interesting, but if people get too serious about it and they get really sweaty, like, I just stop caring. It stops being entertaining to me.
Ready? Nice shot.
But yeah, I feel like the fighting game community is very, like, trendy like that. Like, they'll either latch onto a game way longer than they ever should, like Super Smash Bros. Melee, or the trend changes, like, every couple of months, and they drop things, like, real fast. Like, a game comes out and people are, like, losing their fucking minds, then after a month, like, nobody cares anymore. No one talks about Guilty Gear Strive anymore, for example. That game was, like, trending as fuck when it came out, and I haven't heard anybody mention it since. Except for, like, 2 weeks ago when the Jacko pose was trending. I guess that was a thing that I shouldn't just say didn't happen. Because it very much did.
Nice shot.
Which is another reason why I really think they shouldn't do a third Fighters Pass for Smash Brothers, because I think people are over it. I don't think people care as much as they did 2 years ago.
Nice shot.
And I don't think continuing to add characters is going to bring that hype back. Unless they start picking characters better, but... if they keep trying to just make marketing decisions, I don't think people are going to really care. Yeah, some people definitely do that, what you're saying, Volpe, about, like, if a game is similar in any way, they're like, oh, it's just... And I don't think I don't think they mean that it's gonna, like, kill the game itself. I think what they mean is that it's gonna kill the hype. But, yeah, it's a pretty fucking toxic thing to say, for sure. You probably don't want to look up what Scarlet said even if you are over 18. Let's be real. This shot sucks. I'm gonna hit that branch, right? Like, 100%. That's about the best outcome I could have had. Honestly, I would love to see /hear. What the fuck's that game called? Just Chocobo Racing? I'd love to see people actually, like, embracing that game. Because it does look very fucking adorable. And my concern, just like with Crash Team Racing and Team Sonic Racing, is that people are just gonna be like, it's not Mario Kart, so why would I play it? Which is really unfortunate. I'd love to see something like that, like, take off, though. Like, I've been on the fence for so long where I'm like, I should get Mario Kart 8 just for streaming. Like, doing, like, a Mario Kart 8 stream, like, once a month or something, or even once a week, would probably do good things for channel growth, because people fucking love that game. I would prefer to get a different racing game, to be honest, but, like, the other racing games no one gives a fuck about, because they're not Mario Kart 8. That was the problem with, like, Team Sonic Racing. I thought Team Sonic Racing was super cool. I don't think a single person joined chat who was like, I'm also enjoying this game. That's a lie. I think maybe, like, 1 or 2 joined. But for the most part, it was just nobody gave a fuck. Now, the weird thing is nobody gave a fuck about that game on other platforms either, I guess. I'd say that game had bigger problems than that, to be fair. Like the fact that it didn't have cross-platform, which made its online play practically useless.
Nice approach.
But yeah, I'd like to see people embrace that game. I'd like to see... When's that coming out? Did they give us a date? I'd like to see it come out and have, like...
Nice approach.
Look at my list of streamers on YouTube and see, like, 3 people playing it or something. That'd be... I guess that goes for any game, though. I'd love to just see a variety when I look at my YouTube list. Instead, I look and it's just, like, Mario Kart, Splatoon, Minecraft. It's like the same thing all the time. I do have somebody who's been playing Diablo 2, which is pretty cool. To be fair.
Nice approach. Birdie.
I actually watched a lot of Monster Matt while I was off, because he plays such a cool variety of games. I wish I had time to hang out there more often. I feel like he's always up to something new and interesting.
Birdie.
I think he's like living the dream. Like, he's managing to grow as a channel while playing whatever the fuck he wants.
Birdie.
And you love to see it. Was there a Mortal Kombat racer? I don't think I knew that. Back on Diablo 2, I'd really like to pick Diablo 2 up, to be honest. It's just... I'm not normally the type to do this, to, like, boycott companies, but, like, with all the shit going on with Blizzard and Activision, I just don't think I feel comfortable supporting them right now. I mean, at first it was, like, just some drama, right? And I probably would have been, like, it's okay. I want to get the game out. I want to get the game anyway. But when it became Blizzard swearing up and down that they were going to do better, and then 2 days later another lawsuit popped up, like, it's just... You can't make this shit up at this point. Like, it's just become a dumpster fire. And I don't know, like, ordinarily I'm very, like, you know, there's thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of people that work at this company. Punishing all of them for the people in charge being assholes is kind of unfair. That's usually my take. But things are getting so bad with them right now that I'm like, I don't know if I can justify it. And that's, like I said, that's unusual for me. I'm usually like, nah, that's not how I choose to do things. I don't agree with boycotting, for the most part. Yeah, he's been playing the Final Fantasy remasters. He's been playing Donkey Kong 64. He was playing, like, Slime Rancher the one night or something. Yeah, it's super cool. I feel like every night I look, he's playing. Like, he's always playing something interesting, but not to the point where he never plays the same game twice. Like, he still, like, finishes games, from the most part, it looks like. I think he's struck the balance well, and he's actually able to grow because of it, which is... Like I said, you love to see it. Oh, it's a game next year.
Nice shot.
What was that shot? The computer really is playing like blue. Like, they're doing some really bold shots that don't make a lot of sense. I guess Pauline just did the same thing, though, so never mind. Like, that was almost the exact same shot, so... Oh god, what have I done? Alright, we're just gonna fucking kill it and hope for the best. I'm probably gonna wind up in that bunker, but... I'll take it. I'll take it. So yeah, anyway, I'd like to pick up Diablo 2, but, you know. There's that. There's the fact that the beta did not run very well on my computer, while trying to stream it. I could just pick up a console version. I don't know if it has cross-platform play, so I don't know if I'd want to pick up a console version. Also, I don't know if I can imagine playing that game on a controller. Or if I would like it. I was talking to a friend the other night that did pick it up about how he picked it up solely because of being able to reconnect with old friends, and I was like, honestly, if I had some friends that were picking it up, I could probably justify it, but like, I don't know anyone that's, aside from him, I don't know anyone else that's interested in picking Diablo 2 up. And I don't necessarily hold that against them, to be totally fair. That was actually very close. Bots have taught you things. I'm realizing in this game in general, like, you can just golf wherever the fuck you want to golf. Like, it just kind of doesn't matter. Just don't wind up behind trees and you're fine. Rough kind of doesn't matter that much, I'm realizing. It's the last hole. This is the last hole. I'll take a neg 3.
Nice par. Birdie. Nice birdie.
She just shot even again. What did Blue get?
Boy. Aw.
Oh, right. Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah. Blue got disconnected. Disregard that. I don't know if you guys can notice, but, like, my mind is in so many places that a couple times I've erased a number on the scorecard and then forgotten what the number is. And have to undo and be like, hold on. That's how, like, scattered I am trying to track all this stuff at once. And hold a conversation. Yeah, unless... That's why I say that trying to split the score and say this is the score the player actually got and this is the score the AI got is I'm like, nah, we're not doing that. Because I don't think I'd be able to keep track of it all. I think that would just be too much. Alright, so well, do you guys want to do a round of 9? In the interest of, like, that'll fill the rest of the stream? Or should we just stick with the round of 6? How long have the rounds of 6 been taking? I'm worried about ending early, I guess is... But I guess I'd also rather end early than go overtime. Game is this character in your avatar from? I don't remember what your avatar is, I'm gonna be totally honest. Let's... Highlands? Just to mix it up just a little bit. Now, let's actually do Wild Weather. Been trying to do more Wild Weather lately. Oh, that's a Kirby Star Allies character. I think. I don't know anything about them other than the fact that I'm pretty sure... I'm 100% certain it's a Kirby character. I think it's from Star Allies. I haven't played Star Allies, so I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's from.
Nice shot.
There's like 3 of them? They're like red, yellow, and blue or something? I don't know if they're the villains or what. I have no idea. I guess we could have done 9 on New Donk, and that would have maybe filled things out alright. Oh well. It's fine. If I have to, I'll, like, jump on ranked play for a couple rounds to fill out 15 minutes if I need to.
Nice shot.
So you said you didn't get the Advanced Collection yet, Scarlet. Have you watched anybody play it? Like I said earlier, I've heard that it's been well received so far, that people are like, this is a good collection. I'm looking forward to it. I'm a little bit more confident that those will be Castlevanias that I will absolutely enjoy. Oh, you just picked it up tonight. And I know I'm loading you. You're my Castlevania guy, okay? Like you're the one I have to talk to about this stuff. Have you played them all before? I would assume you have. Oh no. That's really unfortunate. Kirby character? I don't know. So, I can't answer any questions about that character, because I do not know. No, Ino's is Marina. Surprised those actually didn't hit you. Yeah, the Switch profiles. You have played them before. Has it, how long has it been since you've played them? And I guess how do you feel about them in general? I mean, there's a good chance you're just gonna say, I like them, because you like everything. But... damn it, I'm trying to make conversation. Who is Marina? The Splatoon character. What? Huh? They're all really good to you. Are there, out of the classic collection, are there any of those games that you would recommend I not play? Like, just completely skip? I'd like to play all of them, but I guess I'm curious. Are there any that you're just like, nah, don't bother with this one? Why do I always put myself in this situation to deal with this fucking tree? This is the spiritual reincarnation of the tree from Animal Crossing. If you know, you know. It's come back to haunt me. Ah, could have been a 3-fer. Oh well. God, that actually sucked.
Nice,
But at least I'm not in the rough, I guess. They have a lot of merit, but you might be unhappy with the slower pace of the Game Boy ones. I don't know, because you know how I feel about the Mega Man Game Boy games. Right? And those are, like, very slow compared to the NES ones.
Nice shot.
Is JMT a mod on it? No. Why?
Nice on. Birdie.
I'm not putting from here. Are you fucking... Are you drunk? What the fuck is wrong with you? Can't believe they gave me the putter. I mean, I am on the green, but still, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Mistook blue for... How? Blue's name is like 3 times as long. You could put... I wouldn't say it was a good idea, but you could, sure. They still haven't included. You hold on, let's back up. You lost me at hate. I don't think I knew that was a word that was in your vocabulary. Oh, you were just looking at their profile? Okay, that's understandable. What? I mean, they knocked you closer, and did you lose a stroke for that? Anyway. Hate that they still haven't included the 3rd Game Boy Castlevania in anything, nor have they re-released the excellent remake of the 1st Game Boy one. What platform was that on? Wasn't there like a shitty PSP Castlevania or something? I think part of my interest in Castlevania is a long, long time ago, I had a friend that was interested in Castlevania, but they were very much if it's not Symphony of the Night, it doesn't count kind of person. So, I just don't know anything about Castlevania, because according to them, it was just all bad, unless it was Symphony of the Night.
Nice par. Birdie.
Or I guess it's not that it was bad, it's that it was just all mediocre compared to Symphony of the Night. It's a really good PSP remake of Rondo. The Game Boy remake was WiiWare? Damn. That's fucking obscure. And that's like a game that, yeah, you can't even get that anymore, right? Wait, is that the one that was that they're re-releasing on, like, iPhones or some shit? Is that the one we talked about recently? Blue is well, she's tied with Pauline, to be fair.
Nice shot.
What was the one that they're releasing on
Nice
iPhones?
on.
Sucks.
Nice shot.
Ooh, a little nerve-wracking.
Nice on.
That's as good as it could have gone. I'm not jinxing anything. If anything, you're the one jinxing it. It's not my fault you get in your own head whenever we say something about you doing well. that's on you.
Nice shot.
What do you want me to do? Not pat you on the back when you're doing well? You're gonna say yes, and that's... You're gonna say yes, that's exactly what I expect you to do. Fine, you're doing horribly. What are you even doing? We've been playing this game for how long, and you're still playing this poorly? There, is that better? Get some newish game. That's right. Wasn't the one that they're releasing on iPhones, it was like a canceled game or something, I think? What do you think's gonna happen, Scarlet? Do you think we're gonna get through October and I'm gonna be like a crazed Castlevania fan by the end of it? Or do you think the end of October is gonna come and I'm gonna be like, what have I done with my life? Why did I choose to do this to myself? Place bets now. I'll appreciate them. My hopes are pretty high, and I mentioned this during the Fire Emblem playthrough, that I used to be afraid of retro games, right? I used to be afraid of them not aging well, and that I would not like them due to them not aging well. I used to be afraid that, like, people that hold them up on a pedestal and think they're just god-tier games are just going to be upset because I'm not going to like them as much as they do, etc. But Zelda 2 and Fire Emblem taught me that, like, there's nothing to be afraid of, because I think I'm actually very capable of playing an older game and looking at it as a game that came out in that at that point in time. Sonic Colors kind of proved this to me, too. I think I didn't account for Rainy. Fuck. I think a lot of people will pick up a retro game and they'll treat it like it's a game that just came out in 2021. And you're inevitably going to be disappointed when you do that, I think. In most cases. There's a couple of cases where you're going to be like, this game's aged super well, but I think a lot of people are just going to be disappointed. But I don't think I'm one of them. I think I'm good at saying, this game came out in 1992, I'm going to treat it as if it was 1992 right now.
Nice car.
Let me go get my skateboard and my baseball cap to put on backwards. Yo. Rad. Etc. I never had a skateboard, but you... just fucking work with me here. It's a bit, okay? It's not a very good one, but it's a bit. Big doggy!
Nice shot.
So uncomfortable. Shut up, Ballboy. Get my Walkman and listen to my cassette. I didn't listen to music in the 90s, so that one doesn't work very well. Anyway, so yeah, I'm less afraid of the Castlevania collection now, because at one point I was worried that I'm just gonna be like, what if they didn't age well, and I'm not gonna like them? I feel like I'm a little... Oh no, that is unfortunate. I'd love to see that happen a second time, because... Shut up, Blue. It's still... We're only on hole 3. I love the fact that, like, the wild thing about that is not only did you hit a tree branch, but you hit 2 tree branches. How often does that happen? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What was I saying? Yeah, I'm less afraid of the Castlevania collection now. I used to be plagued by... It's old, it hasn't aged well, I'm not gonna like it. A long time ago, I was gonna do a playthrough of Ocarina of Time and decided against it because of that reason. Because I was like... Now, that was a double whammy, because that was, 1, it might not have aged very well, and 2, people think it's the most perfect Zelda game ever made. So it's gonna pull in a bunch of viewers that are gonna be like, oh yeah, this game's the best game ever made, and I'm just gonna be like, you're wrong. And that's not gonna go well. Oh, you thought, okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, 11-mile-an-hour wind is misleading, because that sounds like it's strong, right? But it's not actually strong enough to affect your shot to that degree. So I see what you were going for. I don't know if I can necessarily recommend that you try it again, but I can see what you're going for, is the important thing.
Nice shot. Nice on.
If anything, now with Castlevania, I'm worried about, like I mentioned, what happens if I, like, turn out to be really good at them and finish one of the games in, like, 3 hours. And I don't necessarily want to do, like, 4 different games in one stream or anything. I want to give each game a healthy amount of time without feeling like I'm also overstaying my welcome. And that's just a kind of a difficult thing to do in general, so... Oh, did you hit the risk? The red risk triangle, maybe? That might have sent your shot careening off path a little bit.
Nice on.
What I need to do is decide when we're gonna start Castlevania. I need to decide if I'm going to finish Fire Emblem first, or if I want to have... Do I want to juggle both of them at the same time? I guess I need to figure out... When are we playing Fire Emblem again? Monday? I need to figure out how much time I have left in Fire Emblem, I guess is the key thing. I don't know how many streams I have left. I'm guessing 2 or 3. I really wanted October to focus on one game at a time, more than 5 games a week that we're only playing once. So, there's a small part of me that wants to just drop Fire Emblem and be like, yeah, we'll come back to it later, but I also don't want to drop it, because it's been a good time. Yeah, it is difficult to tell, because there was that mission with all the ballista that I was on for quite some time. So it's very I'm gauging Fire Emblem by looking at how many chapters are there and what chapter am I on. The problem is I looked up how many chapters there were like 3 weeks ago, and I don't remember. And I also don't necessarily want to, like, confirm it, by the way, in case... I don't want to spoil it for viewers, so I'm not going to outright say this is how many chapters there are. I also don't remember what chapter I'm on. I think I'm on chapter, like, 12 or 13 or something like that. At this point, it's been a while since we played it last. Oh.
Birdie.
But yeah, it's difficult to look at hours. Especially because hours can be skewed sometimes, I think. Because you might look at somebody who had fast forward on the whole time, or...
Birdie. Nice birdie.
only used 3 units, or... already knew what to do. There's like a whole bunch of different elements that like could skew how long a game like that takes.
Nice par.
I forget what game it was that I looked up how long it was, and it was like remarkably lower than I expected. And it was because of that. I think it was the Metroids. When I was still thinking about doing a Metroid series playthrough before Dread came out, and then it just got off the rails and I never got to it. Most of those I looked up, some of them were like, it takes 4 hours to beat, and I was like, really? If you don't know where to go, it only takes 4 hours. I don't think I believe that. I think that's a, if you know where to go, it takes 4 hours.
Ready? Nice shot.
Well, I don't want to go all the way to the Thundercloud for obvious reasons, so...
Nice shot.
Yo, I was looking at Netflix last night, and I was looking through, like, Watch It Again, or whatever they call it, and B-Movie was on there, and I was like, yo, should I watch B-Movie again? I was like, pretty quickly, I was like, I don't think I want to watch B-Movie again, but... It was a bit of a hit piece. Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't remember which Metroid it was that said 4 hours. I want to say it was like Super Metroid or something, and that was howlongtobeat.com. That was like, yeah, it's like 4 hours. And I'm like, I don't think it is. That doesn't seem right. It might have been Zero Mission. I don't remember. This was a while ago. When I was trying to figure out if I do a full series playthrough, how many streams would I need per game? It was definitely a hit piece on Ray Liotta. If nothing else.
Nice shot.
Beautiful. I love it.
Nice on.
And I think Bravely Default's another one. When I looked up Bravely Default 2 on how long to beat, it was like 70 hours. And I'm like, I'm on hour 130. Like, what are you talking about? That has to be like, you already knew where to go, you skipped all the side quests, or you had the entire game, you had the game running on ×4 speed the entire time. Hi.
Nice on. Nice shot.
Oh, you're Joe. Look at Joe. Oh, you're Joe. Oh, you're Joe.
Nice on.
And I think we can come to the sad reality now that we're probably never going to finish Bravely Default, huh?
Nice.
I kind of saw the writing on the wall with that one, I just didn't want to admit it. As soon as I said, we'll take a break and I'll do some off-stream grinding to get, like, caught up to where I need to be before we continue, I was like, that's never gonna happen. I'm just never gonna make the time to do the off-stream grinding. Especially now, with all the other gaming I do off-stream. Like, I just absolutely don't have the time. Now see, this wind is affecting me way more than I expect it to. It's only 2 more than the 11 that I said doesn't affect as much as I expect it to. I kind of wish it was simplified into just weak wind, medium strength wind, and super strong wind. I guess the flaw in my judgment is I tend to consider 11 through 13 to be strong, and it's not strong, it's middle. Yeah, how do you fucking... It looks like it's wet. It's raining. They really need to work on that shit. They have to add some sort of indicator. It feels like such a crapshoot. I don't know, it looks wet based on that.
Nice par.
It feels like selectively wet sometimes. Hey Alexander, how's it going? Oh, I think he's gonna make it. What are we on? 4. Okay.
Nice par. Oh.
I see, I also assumed it was wet, which is why I didn't putt. I was like, I'm gonna chip it over there, because...
Ready?
Wet. Seems it was not wet. Well, you hate to see that. I mean, you know, it's a computer player, so fuck you, but you hate to see it. What's with this, like, circle of rocks over here? Do we have to, like, play the Song of Storms and unlock a cave or something? Like, what the hell? Looks awfully suspicious. Oh, is that where we fought the lightning god dude? Dude god? Whichever you'd prefer. Where's the wind at? I might be okay, but seriously, where was the wind at? It was, like, non-existent. Yeah, especially with the path leading up to it. I'm thinking that's where the lightning fight was. Yeah, the dude god. The god dude. Have you been watching What If yet, Scarlet? The wind was too busy blowing leaves to bother blowing. Yeah, what's a guy gotta do to get blown around here? Oh god, what have I done?
Nice shot.
Sweet nectar. I think we'll be fine. Just oh no. Why did you not give me the driver? What's wrong with you? What? Because I'm not teeing off. You don't think I need the driver? Fuck you.
Nice shot.
This is some fucking anti-big dog propaganda. Is what we got going on here. I don't even know what I'm saying, dude. Not seen any of it yet, but you're closer to watching. I don't know how long it's gonna be. Like, I don't know how many episodes there's gonna be. I don't know if anyone's waiting for it to be done and then just watch it in, like, an afternoon. I think they are teasing, like, some sort of actual continuity, so it wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't think it would necessarily be something that you're gonna want to watch an episode here and an episode there. Zombies episode was pretty good. I didn't think I was gonna like it, but it was pretty good. I think there was only one that I've outright disliked so far. Do you want back out, kitty? Hey. Hey. What just happened? You're doing that pacing thing. Do you want back out? You're so cute. You're such a cute baby. I felt so bad at the end of the stream last night. I should have gotten up and pulled the curtain back, because she was on the end of the bed just snoozing away. I didn't know she was back there.
Nice shot.
Oh, did she hit the piranha plant? How the fuck's Pauline gonna get out of there? Did she need a wedge? I don't know. She seemed to be doing okay here. Which one did I dislike? The one with Killmonger saving Stark from being bombed. I didn't really care for that one. I'm kind of okay with putting it out there because it's like front and center in the trailers. Where they're like, this is one that's gonna happen. So it's not like it was like too much of a surprise. I won't go into why I like it for that reason though, because I don't want to spoil it, but I didn't care for that one. That wasn't a wedge, that was a wood.
Nice shot.
I thought. Now you're making me second guess myself.
Nice on.
Oh, are you talking about how Pauline got out of there? I wasn't watching. I thought you meant with
Shot.
how blue made it to the green. Fuck, I could have shot that harder. The Doctor Strange one was kind of a downer, too. But again, I don't really want to necessarily go into why that is. I didn't hate it, though. I guess I didn't hate the Killmonger one, either. It was very... Well, that was a thing, I guess. Compared to most of the other ones where I've gotten, like, pretty fucking hyped watching them. I'm, like, on the edge of my seat.
Birdie.
Do you want out? Do you want out? Here, let me open the door for you. What hole is this? Is this second to last? Okay. Yeah. Give me a minute. Cool your jets.
Big shot.
There you go. You don't have to leave now. You can leave whenever you want. Which is now, apparently. That's fine.
Birdie.
You know what? Okay, I know what we can do. We can do 6 New Donk after this. That'll take about a half an hour, right? This took about 40 minutes. 45 minutes. New Donk is faster. Blue, what are you doing? No, not like this. Not again.
Nice par.
What are you doing, Blue AI? Jesus. You can spoil it, you're curious. I mean, you're not the only person that might want to be watching them.
Nice par.
I mean, the short version is that Killmonger's a fucking asshole. And he's an evil, evil son of a bitch. And, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Par.
He's just an evil son of a bitch. And I don't find it terribly compelling why he's an evil son of a bitch. Because, like, some people wronged him once, and now he just wants to see the world burn. I'm just, like, not that into it.
Nice shot.
Oh, you're switching to handheld. Well, like I said, I think we'll do 6 New Donk after this. To round off the stream and the month. But yeah, for example, I think Eno wants to watch What If at some point too. So I don't want to. I know Guy has been watching them too, and I don't know if he's up to date. So. I'm perhaps being overly respectful, because I know if I was watching a stream and they started talking about it just, like, all cavalier-like, and I was not up to date, I'd probably be kind of grumpy. I think his backstory's fine, it's just, it's a backstory for an evil son of a bitch, and I think people treat the character as being more likable than he actually is. He's not a likable character. He's not a good person. He's an evil son of a bitch.
Nice shot.
If anything, it was really cool because Claw was in it, so it was cool to see Andy Serkis again. Well, you know what I mean. I think that's the coolest thing about What If, is seeing more from characters that are, like, dead in the movies, and we're never gonna see them again. Getting a chance to see a little bit more of them. Especially ones that didn't get to, like, see that much screen time. Like Coulson. Coulson's been in, like, 3 episodes or something, and, like, he's a fantastic character. I fucking love that character. He's so much fun.
Nice shot.
My hot take is that the most tragic death of the MCU is Phil Coulson. and we don't talk about it enough.
Nice on. Nice shot. Excellent.
It was a nice shot. It was the AI, so fuck you, but it was a nice shot. It's fucking bitty bugs or whatever the hell they're called. I adjust my camera again. There's a lot of empty space up here that I could be filling. I'm not taking any chances. You guys can get the fuck out of here. I thought that was gonna be too hard, and it was gonna pop back out.
Birdie.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, it's only an issue if I'm, like, sitting forward and straight up like this, which is not a thing that I ever do. So, I'm always either down here or back here. Yeah, it's better. I was actually thinking I might move the camera to be more, like, in front of the TV and, like, straight on so that I'm, like, looking at the camera when I'm looking at the game. I don't know if I like that, though. I've always liked the idea of, like, when I'm looking at the game, even on the layout, it kind of looks like I'm looking at the game, right? I did not realize that was the last one because I am terrible at counting. I was what, -1? Pauline is shooting very just average. I'm noticing. Yeah. I'm thinking about it. I'm not, like, set on it just yet. The issue is that if I get off of my ass and actually finish putting together the setup behind me for not having the curtain closed, then the camera's gonna be, like, off-center. So I don't necessarily like that. I might still leave it where it is. What it comes down to is if I actually get around to ordering a new desk, then things are probably gonna move around a lot. Wait, what am I doing? No, this would be plus, this would be 3 under. This would be 9 under. Pauline stays the same, except for total score, which now goes up to 6. Blue stays the same because disconnect. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. If anything, maybe I want it to look more like I'm looking up. I don't know, I've always liked the idea that, like, on the layout, it looks like I'm looking at the screen on the layout. Yeah, I'll just stick with keep the Koopa Troopa grind going. Why not? Oh, right, computer. Let's, well, we don't have time to, like, give anyone else 2 rounds, so we'll just put Pauline back in. She's Bae anyway, it's fine. Oops. Okay, pro, 6 holes. Let's do it. Sometimes I think about using, like, my old tablet and setting it up, like, as a teleprompter with chat on it. And having it, like, up above the camera.
Ready?
Like, above and behind it. Just random thought in my mind. That's not it. That's not a good shot. I think I'm gonna make it, but actually that worked remarkably well. I gotta believe.
Nice
Alright, your third attempt at your third round, Blue. Third time's a charm, right? You said you're in handheld now, so that shouldn't be a problem. I think as long as we don't do too much of New Donk, then it'll be fine.
Nice shot.
If we do it once in a while, I think that's fine. If it's the only thing we do, then yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a problem. Oh my god.
What?
That's the first hole-in-one we've seen in a while, isn't it? We could always turn the wind up further, too, if needed, because that would complicate matters pretty quickly. We absolutely cannot do the amateur courses. Like, that would completely screw everything up. You almost always play handheld? Man, I, like, never play handheld anymore.
Nice shot.
But a lot of that's because one of my Joy-Con is drifty, so I try to avoid it. What the fuck was that? Was that carry? I mean, I guess the upside is since they're only par 3s, if you get a hole in one, it's only 2 under. Maybe that's a nonsensical thing to say, but it's not an albatross, let me put it that way. It's just an eagle. Whereas albatrosses would skew things a lot heavier, I think.
Birdie.
I played Switch and handheld a lot back when I first got it because my internet sucked. And I usually had to, like, go somewhere else to, get better internet. So handheld was just, you know, kind of necessary. I mean, now it's obvious. I don't have a choice. If I'm gonna be streaming, it has to be docked. I think Unite I played a couple times in tabletop mode, where it was like, it was handheld, but it was just like propped up in front of me here. And I don't remember why I did that, but I feel like I did do it a couple times.
Ready?
But eagles are still more common on new donks, so it's, yeah, it's... I think as long as we don't do it, like, more than once a night, it should be fine. Same with the rookie course. And even then, the rookie course has... They're not all par 3s, are they?
Shot. Nice shot.
Man, should have shot it a little bit further.
Nice shot.
What? Show off? What on earth are these fucking...
Excellent.
I feel like the AI might be slightly better. They do make some pretty bonkers shots, but... Fact of the matter is that they still sandbag, especially with putting.
Nice shot.
Oh no. Some of these greens are really nasty despite the fact that they don't look like it. Oh, you mean like the fan on the Switch, like, blows hard enough that it, like, creates white noise? That's interesting.
Not tipping.
Nice.
Not chipping.
I don't think I've ever cleaned mine.
Birdie.
It's not even dusty, though. Amazingly. Perhaps. I'm glad I went for that chip in, because I almost didn't. And then I was like, you know what? I should, like, fucking try harder. It's super hot in the fence, full blast within 10 minutes. See, mine doesn't have, like, heat issues. Even docked, like, it's warm. It's not, like, I wouldn't even say it's hot, though. I've heard other people say things about their Switches getting so hot, and I'm like, mine doesn't do that. Does it just run stronger? I'm not saying you're lying, of course. I'm just saying it's peculiar because mine doesn't have that problem. Does it just run harder in handheld, or...
Ready?
The PS4's been like that, too. You always hear people talking about how the PS4 sounds like a jet engine. I have never heard it sound like a jet engine. I've never even paused and been like, wow, that's loud. Like, that's never happened. Yeah, when I think hot, I think holding your hand to it for more than a second is actually, like, it actually stings a little bit. When I started talking about how I was getting concerned about my computer running too hot when I was playing Genshin Impact, that's how hot it was. Like, after, like, an hour or 2 hours, if I held my hand to my computer, I'd be like, yow, that's actually hot. Like, to the point where if you hold it there for, like, 2 seconds, you're like, that's hot. That stings a little bit.
Nice shot.
I think I have that model of PS4, though. It's not a Pro or anything, it's just a basic PS4. I think that's usually the one people criticize.
Nice shot. Nice on.
I think the last phone I had, I worried about overheating issues. It would... The last phone I had, and when I lived in Virginia, when I'd go out playing Pokemon Go in, like, the summer, when the sun was, like, beaming, like, my phone would get, like, alarmingly hot.
Nice on.
My new one doesn't do that, which is, you know, probably a good thing. I also don't know if I've ever taken this one out playing Pokemon Go, though, to be totally honest. I think I got this one after I was already like, oh, bears!
Nice.
Let's not go outside.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. You might not be wrong.
Birdie.
At the current pace, we're probably gonna both end at like 4 or 5 under,
Birdie.
which is... I don't know. We still have to play well, right? If we're just fucking around, we're not gonna get it for free. I don't know. We could always disqualify New Donk, I guess,
Nice.
and say if we do New Donk or the rookie course, it just doesn't count. I don't know if I like that idea, but
Nice par.
I mean, it's only 6 holes. It's a little bit more of a problem if it's 9 holes, because 9 holes you could potentially go like 11 under if you play well enough.
Ready?
I mean, we've had some 4-unders tonight. All of us have. Well, Blue hasn't, but you know what I mean. But we've seen 4-unders tonight on other courses. So I think if we get 4-under, that's not completely crazy. Thing is we have to set the handicap calculation and not change it, and we can't do it on a case-by-case basis. Because then every week we're gonna have somebody being like, shouldn't mine actually be -1 instead of -2? And it's like, no. We can't open that door. We have to just set it and say, if this is what it is, this is what it is. That sets a dangerous precedent. And since it only affects for 1 week, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. Because, like, handicap next week will just be based on tonight's scores. Without the handicap taken into account. I hate this hole. I do not like this one. I should have gone for 3. It'll do, though. Can live with that.
Nice on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The context doesn't really matter. You do it once, and then there's always going to be someone who's going to be like, well, last week you made an exception for so-and-so. So, you should change mine, too. I do think the bigger potential problem is just courses like this. That might just skew things too much. I think what I'll do is I'll record these scores. I won't add them in. I'll calculate handicaps, and then I'll add these in and calculate them again and see how different it is. And determine from there. Unless the rest of this goes super poorly. If we end and we're only like 3 under, I don't think that's that big of a deal. But there is definitely a concern that, like, these holes are basically all hole-in-oneable, right? So even with 6 holes, if someone gets a hole-in-one on every single one of them, they're 12 under. That's a massive score. That's an absolutely massive score. And that's just gonna throw things completely out of whack. So it might be better to say if we do New Donk, it just doesn't count. I don't know about the rookie course. The rookie course might still be okay, but judging by that round of 18 that Theo shot on rookie course offline and shared on Discord where he had 27 under, I'm thinking the rookie course shouldn't count either. I think that should be another, like, nah, doesn't count. That one's off the record.
Nice par.
Oh, boy.
Especially, I think rookie course might be the one course where having superstar clubs puts you at a hilarious advantage. Because basically, I think a lot of the holes on rookie course are like par 4.
Nice birdie.
But if you have superstar clubs, they all become hole-in-oneable. And then, like, you're getting albatrosses left and right, basically. And that just gets completely out of hand.
Ready?
I'd have to play more on Bonnie Greens and see how that one goes. I don't know how I feel about that one yet. Needless to say, the handicap system is going to take tweaking. It's probably going to change on a week-to-week basis. And there is a chance that after, like, at the end of October, if we're still tweaking it, I might just say, fuck it, never mind. Yikes.
Nice on.
This would be, like, a good example of what we were talking about, how it would make the most sense to do handicaps on a per-course basis, but that's just, like, too many fucking numbers to keep track of. Like, fuck that shit. That's when I'd have to make, like, an entire Google spreadsheet that just does the math for me, and I'm just, like, not terribly interested in going to that taking it to that extent.
Nice on.
I haven't tried random. I was curious about that, because I would like to be able to just pick random eventually, and not think about, like, where should we go. We'll just hit random all the time, unless there's one we just haven't seen in a really long time, and then we can still just be like, Vito, we haven't been to Wild Weather in, like, 2 weeks, so we're going there.
Birdie.
I didn't know that random, like, tried to make the total par. Oh, I mean, if you pick your course random. I see what you're saying. We're talking about two different types of random. Yeah, I don't know what the pars on the rookie course are like. I'd have to look. I don't think I noticed that they try to make the total par around the same value every time. It makes sense for multiple reasons. I just never thought about it to that degree.
Nice birdie.
Here they clearly couldn't do that. I haven't played the rookie course in a while, so I can't say for sure. I don't think those are all par 3s, though, are they? I'm pretty sure they aren't, but as I said, it's been a long time since I've played on that course, so...
Nice par.
Yes.
Maybe I'll do one off stream tonight just to remind myself. We could always add, like, a multiplier to New Donk or something, too. I don't know if I really like that idea. But, like, that's an option that we could say, well, scores get out of hand on this course, so we'll just say you only get 50% of the score or something. I think it'd be easier to just say, this is just a filler, a breather course, and we're not counting this one. So close.
Nice on.
Dude, I'd love to see how close that was.
Nice on.
Yeah, I think Rookie is just like the two new courses. It's just the layouts aren't that complicated. Ah, that's way too hard.
Nice shot.
I mean, it's not way too hard, I guess. Actually, that was, like, pretty good. Apparently that's not as downhill as they lead you to believe.
Nice on.
I forget if you can look at course stats in play stats and...
Excellent. Birdie.
Excuse me?
Birdie.
I don't know if you can see pars on play stats. I don't remember. I know it lists like how many times you've gotten par and birdie and eagle and such. I don't know if it lists what the par is. I don't know. I'll look into that a little bit. After I break and beast and all that good stuff. Oh no. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to avoid... I figured I would do something at the end of every stream where I'll say, like, okay, here's what the handicap's going to be next week. I don't think I'm going to do that, just because it's going to be, like, boring math, and how many people actually care that much, I guess. If it starts becoming a demand where people are like, hey, what's my handicap going to be next week? Like, what's the verdict?
Nice birdie.
Then I'll start doing it, but before then, nah.
Nice par. Birdie. Nice birdie.
Let's put it this way. Pauline has shot consistently 2 under all night. Except for here, where she's gotten 4 under. That might be a good enough indicator of the fact that, like, this is skewed. Yeah, that's true, especially if I keep the score and the rounds on screen like I have been. Which I probably won't, but yeah, if they're that curious, they can probably rough it out themselves. I mean, it's not that difficult to do, but I'm like, it would probably take like 5 or 10 minutes to go through and just discuss with everyone, here's what your handicap is going to be. And I feel like most viewers are probably not going to care. Again, if people really want to know, then I can start doing that at the end of every stream, but otherwise, I don't think I'm going to bother. Oops. You can see pars. Okay, so yeah, rookie course is 443, 445, 435. That's a healthy mix. It might be fine to do rookie courses. But then you also look at my best score on the rookie courses, and it's 18 under, which is still like... Now, granted, that's 18 holes, not 6, but it could still potentially be an issue, I guess. Compared to, like, wow, my best score on Balmy Dunes is +1. I mean, I don't shoot all 18 very often, is what this comes down to. New Donk was 20, but that was amateur, I'm pretty sure. I haven't even shot all 18 of these. I might try and do that tonight, too, just for shits and giggles. Just to get the scores up on the board. Yeah, I would love to include rookie course and Bonnie Greens. Just for the sake of variety. I think New Donk is the only one we're gonna have to say no, we can't. Because, I think those scores are just gonna be a little too exaggerated. But, I'll think about it a little bit and try to figure it out by next week, which will start a new month of scoring and everything. What I should do, I mean, you can basically see it, right? What our monthly score would be at this point. Of course, it's kind of fucky because most of the month we weren't using handicaps of any kind, and then we added them right at the end, but so I guess I would just go with the total for not handicap, and just say that the handicap was just testing, and we're not including that just yet. Which would be what? Pauline's 20 under, which is pretty fucking bonkers. It's better than I thought any of the AI would do. She actually tied with Theo in the end. Or no, because that would be counting his handicap. He had 29 under. Again, that's not counting New Donk either. Guess it's worth pointing that out. So hopefully we'll get the system polished up a little bit more for next week and next month. But for now, I think we're gonna get out of here. I'm glad I put in a second night of this though, for sure. Get in one last one before October hits. And yeah, like we'll still reset the monthly scores every month, I think. I'm just hoping that that next month the scores won't be, the extremes won't be as ridiculous thanks to a handicap system. I'm like semi-tempted to go back and rewatch all of the streams from this month just to try and figure out what our scores would have been for the entire month with a handicap included. But I don't know if I care that much. I'm curious, but I don't know if I care that much. Not when I have other things I could be doing too. But I don't know. Maybe I'll I'm gonna say no, just because of like, it might be, I'd have to account for disconnects and stuff, and keeping track of when people disconnect and when they don't. I'll think about that more. For now, let's get out of here. We're going to jump back into Sonic Colors tomorrow. We still have to finish Sonic Colors Ultimate. We basically have to beat the game and then, like, S-rank the remaining stages. And then we just have Egg Shuttle to go after that, which is the speedrun mode. So tomorrow's kind of a speedrun Sunday, but, like, not completely. But also mostly. We'll just kind of just chill with Sonic Colors and going fast for the night. And then Monday we'll get back to Fire Emblem. I'll be off on Tuesday instead of Wednesday this week. Because Wednesday night is Twainin' my race night. And this is the first one where I'm planning on also streaming it here on YouTube. I always thought that was a ridiculous concept when we were both... The concept of both of us streaming it on YouTube, streaming the same content to two different channels on YouTube at the same time, seemed ridiculous to me. But now that he's moved it to Twitch, I think it makes a little bit more sense for me to stream it here. Especially because I know that there's, like, a couple of people, one of them may or may not be in chat, and they might be pretty vocal about the fact that they don't like coming to Twitch. Some people don't really like coming to Twitch for anything, so now you'll have an option. You can still hang out here. So we're gonna try that on Wednesday and see how it goes. We are not racing a Mega Man game, though. I'm not gonna tell you what the game is, because he hasn't told anyone what the game is. We're gonna keep it under wraps. I've run it before, he has not, I'll tell you that much. But I haven't run it in like over a year. Or close to a year, I don't remember. So we're gonna try that on Wednesday. Thursday we might start our October stuff early. That'll be the 30th? 31st? 30th. You know, once we hit midnight, it'll be October. So we might start our October stuff early, we'll see. And then Friday will be more golf. We'll probably start with the first, like, 2 hours will probably be ranked play to go unlock what new stuff is there, and then we'll probably do multiplayer the rest of the night. So. Yeah, that should be fine, right? We did 7 rounds tonight. Even if we do 2 hours of ranked, we'll probably still get, like, 5 rounds in. That should be enough to calculate a handicap. I very suddenly was like, if we do less rounds, it might not be enough to get the handicap rolling. But I think that'll be fine. So yeah. That's the next week. We'll be, getting going on Halloween stuff here soon. And I'm looking forward to a lot of those playthroughs. I know I haven't announced a lot of them. Because I think teasing them is fun. But, I'm looking forward to a lot of them, so I hope you guys are also looking forward to them. I hope you enjoy them when we get to them. I did not mean Eno when I said someone here is very vocal about not liking coming to Twitch, by the way. But if you know, you know, I think. is what we'll leave it at. I mean, I tend to choose YouTube too, don't get me wrong. The only reason I choose Twitch lately is because no one on YouTube's ever streaming anything I actually want to watch. It's the harsh reality of it. Anyway, let's get out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Sonic Colors if I don't enjoy the rest of your weekends. And I will see you guys next time. Like I said, that'll be for more Mario Golf on Friday. If it is, then so be it. Take it easy, and I'll see you then.